Ale faktem jest, Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're going to begin the conference in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I would like to warmly welcome you at the high-level international conference organized by the Ministry of Justice of Poland during the Polish presidency in the Council of the European Union, entitled The Role of Civil Society in Protecting the Rule of Law. My name is Dominika Ziętara, and I'm the advisor to the Minister of Justice, Adam Bodnar, on legal and political affairs, and I have a pleasure to host today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted that we've gathered here today to reflect on such important and current topic. Before we begin our discussions, please join me in welcoming our special guests. Mr. Björn Berger, Deputy Secretary General of the Council of Europe. Madam Lisa Lipa-Costa, Minister of Justice and Digital Affairs of Republic of Estonia. Mr. Teun Strauke, Minister for Legal Protection of the Netherlands. Ms. Teresa Anjinu, the European Ombudsman. Mrs. Maria Teloyan, Director of the Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights. Ms. Sirpa Rautio, Director of the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights. Ms. Ingrid Schullerud, Special Representative for Democracy and the Rule of Law from the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Julien Mounier, Director for Rule of Law, Fundamental Rights and Democracy in Directorate General for Justice and Consumers in European Commission. Ms. Simona Granata Mangini, Secretary of the Venice Commission. Mr. Philippe Tremblay, Director of the Office of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, Representative on Freedom of the Media. Madame Claire Ovey, Director of Human Rights, Directorate General of Human Rights and the Rule of Law of the Council of Europe. Mr. Terry Wickers, President of Council of Bars and Law Societies of Europe. And Professor Armin von Bogdandy, Director of the Max Planck Institute for Comparative Public Law and International Law in Heidelberg. I also welcome distinguished members of Government of the Republic of Poland, highest representatives of EU member states, distinguished representative of diplomatic corps, European parliamentarians, representatives of EU institutions and civil society organizations, academics, journalists, and all of those who have shown their presence, their commitment to our topic of today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope our discussion will not only be an opportunity to hear different perspectives on civil society's role in defending the rule of law, but also to explore mechanisms to support that activity, show how to educate citizens, and how to build stronger cooperation networks between social organizations, public institutions, and citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning, I would like to invite on the stage the main organizer of today's conference, Minister of Justice, Prosecutor General of Poland, Mr. Adam Bodnar.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I would like to thank you very much for coming to Warsaw just one day after Easter. I know that it was not that easy to stop celebrations and to just start the new week immediately here in Warsaw. But I think the topic is important and will contribute to the public debate and the debate at the EU level regarding the role of the civil society. Ladies and gentlemen, 20 years ago, more or less, Professor Wiktor Osiatyński, one of my mentors, has written a book which was entitled The Republic of Citizens, and drawing on his American experience, he suggested at that time that the independent society should be created in Poland, consisting of social organizations, business organizations, local governments, intellectuals, and quite importantly, he underlined that the civil society should organize itself not against the state, but for the common good, for solving problems together, participating in the public debate, and that the strong civil society is the best recipe for abuse of power. And since that time, a lot has happened, and if we look right now at the Polish civil society, we see that thanks to different initiatives, different incentives, energy of individuals, we have managed to create quite a vibrant civil society. There were a number of measures created in order to support the development of the civil society. And I think that if you would look for those first years of development, we could see how the civil society was creating new methods of operation, like advocacy, monitoring, strategic litigation, how the philanthropy started to develop, how important was the cooperation between the civil society and professional organizations such as bar associations, legal advisors associations. And one could feel that more or less 10 years ago, we are at the stage when the civil society is kind of building the state and is supporting the further development of the state. But in fact, 2015 was for us a breakthrough because of the attack on fundamental values, on fundamental institutions that are responsible for the protection of a democratic order. And what we have observed in Poland was the emergence of new types of civil society movements, so-called street opposition, such as, for example, Citizens of the Republic or the Committee for the Protection of Democracy. After the verdict of the Constitutional Court of 22nd October 2020 restricting heavily the access to abortion, we could see the very important and strong movement fighting for women's rights. Furthermore, we have observed the involvement of judicial associations of independent prosecutors, working together with traditional NGOs, working together once again with professional self-governing bodies of bar associations or legal advisors in order to fight for the rule of law. I would like to mention once again Wiktor Osiatyński, because one of interesting initiatives appeared using his name, so-called Osiatyński Archives, that was and that is still responsible for documenting different abuses of power. And I think that there is no doubt that without the involvement of civil society, the democratic opposition would not be able to win elections on 15th October 2023. It was the civil society that was carrying on its shoulders banners of commitment to democratic values for all 8 years. And somehow this feeling of support of the civil society towards democratic values and the European integration came together with political forces fighting for the same. So for me, but also I think for many of us, there was no doubt that when Poland was taking up the presidency in the EU, we should use this energy, we should use this experience in order to discuss what is the role of the civil society in protecting rule of law. That's why we have selected this topic as one of the priority topics for the presidency. And so the big question is whether the EU may defend itself, may defend values that are stemming from Article 2 of the Treaty on European Union without the involvement of the civil society, without supporting the independent and vibrant civil society. What are the measures that the EU should do in order to support the civil society, and also what are contemporary threats to the civil society? And please note that when we started this debate, it was a little bit different time than we are observing right now in Europe, but also right now in the world. We observe a lot of new trends and also a lot of new negative attitudes, such as disinformation, influence of technological giants. We observe in some EU member states, but also outside of the EU, some threats to the democratic landscape. That is why the European Commission has proposed the idea of so-called European Democracy Shield. But we feel that the European Democracy Shield should not protect European democracy from just external threats. It should be also important in terms of reacting to internal threats that are happening that may happen in different EU member states. But at the same time, taking into account Polish experience, we do not want to have this debate on a very general level. I think it is quite easy to repeat that, yes, civil society is important for the democracy. But the big question is, okay, but what does it really mean from the point of view of independence, from the point of view of funding, relationship with ombudsman institutions and the national human rights institutions? What does it mean when it comes to the relationship with business organizations, but also of relationship with some self-governing bodies of different professional associations? There are a number of different questions here. And moreover, we see that there are a number of instruments that are used in order to curtail or limit the independence of the civil society in general, but also individually. In general, for example, foreign agents laws, but individually we see the trend of using so-called SLAP litigation, strategic lawsuits against public participation. And we are right now in the process, not only here in Poland, but in whole Europe, of implementing the relevant anti-SLAP directive. And I hope that we will have a chance to discuss what are the obstacles and what are the challenges connected with this. But we see also that there are some governments that are sponsoring their own governmentally friendly or governmentally organized non-government organizations. So something that was not really present in this part of the world is becoming a reality in some member states. And that's why we should reflect upon this, to what extent the government may in fact lead towards deterioration of the independent civil society by creating those friendly pro-governmental NGOs. I think one of the very specific features of the Polish civil society development over the last years is this reaction to the rule of law crisis, to the constitutional crisis. You know, when I look back, I remember a lot of scenes of support, a lot of scenes of solidarity between different members of professions. I remember big congresses of lawyers that were organized in Poland that included representatives of different professions. But I also remember one of the important events organized by lawyers, which was the March of 1,000 Guns. And this march was kind of a unifying force, not only between lawyers, judges, prosecutors, attorneys, but also between lawyers from here and also lawyers from other EU member states. And please look that right now we are not just looking back at those events with some, let's say, nostalgia, But we are also trying to find some measures of accountability for things that happened over those years. One of the interesting aspects of this is the use of the Pegasus spyware against Polish judges, attorneys, prosecutors, as well as human rights defenders, and it is one of the interesting aspects to investigate what really happened and why that kind of surveillance techniques has been used regarding civil society organizations. And also, when I mention Pegasus, I think we should come back to the involvement of the European Parliament into investigation of this case. But when I think also about this, and I'm really happy that Björn Berge, as the deputy head of the Council of Europe, is here with us, because just within 3 weeks we'll have a very important ceremony in Strasbourg about signing of the Convention on the Status or on the Profession of Lawyers, like a very fundamental legal act, very innovative, that would send a signal to all the European states that bar associations and legal professionals simply should be independent in their profession. Ladies and gentlemen, this debate concerning the role of the civil society is not just about typical civil society, non-governmental organizations, but in my opinion, it goes beyond it. It is a debate also about the academic freedom. We see that independence of universities should be at the core of the European identity, but at the same time we see a lot of threats to the independence and the participation of universities in public debates in European Union countries. We are also going to discuss issues relating to the civic education. I'm really happy that Polish Minister of Education, Barbara Nowacka, has introduced a new subject, a new curriculum to Polish schools that would be named civic education, like the regular one-year course for Polish secondary schools students. But I think that we should not forget that civic education is not just about schools. It is, in fact, our obligation of all of us of so-called continuing civic education. And I'm really happy that one of my friends would speak during this conference, Robert Hojda, who is the head of the Tour de Constitution. In my opinion, Tour de Constitution should be inspiration to all of us how you should make a civic education, but not here in Warsaw, not in Kraków, not in capital cities, but basically in local Poland, where you have to use a lot of energy in order to go with your message. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a number of topics, but let me conclude that by reminding that European Union is not just an organization of member states, it is the organization of European citizens, and it is up to us what we read out of this. So how we read the institution of the European citizenship, how we allow for the public deliberation of European Union citizens, how we use all those instruments that are at our disposal, and how we are strengthening the presence of those democratic values on the ground in different EU member states. So I hope that maybe, thanks to this conference, we'll contribute to this idea that European Union is the union of European citizens. I would like to thank you once again for coming to Warsaw. Please use your time to reflect during this conference on the state of play regarding civil society in contemporary Europe. And I hope that your suggestions, proposals, and ideas would be later reflected in the European Democracy Shield, as well as in the Council conclusions of the Polish presidency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, for this important speech. Now I would like to invite Mr. Björn Berge, Deputy Secretary General of the Council of Europe, to take the floor.
A very good morning to all of you. Minister of Justice of Poland, dear Adam, Ms. Maria Telalian, Director of ODIHR, ministers, excellencies, dear participants. Someone must have been telling lies about Joseph K. He knew he had done nothing wrong, but one morning he was arrested. Some of you will have recognized the opening line of Franz Kafka's The Trial, published almost 100 years ago. K is arrested without charges. He never learns what he's accused of. The court is secret. The judges are invisible, and the process impossible to follow. It speaks to a world where there is no rule of law. And that is why we are here today, at a time when the rule of law is under significant pressure in Europe and even beyond. It is a great pleasure to be back in Warsaw to talk about the role of civil society in the protection of the rule of law. The rule of law, along with human rights and democracy, is one of the three core principles that unites us in the Council of Europe. And our statute makes it clear, no country can join our organization without respecting the rule of law. As for our court, the European Court of Human Rights, it considers the rule of law as a concept inherent in all the articles of the European Convention on Human Rights. But what do we actually mean by the rule of law? The Venice Commission of the Council of Europe has established a very helpful checklist, which they are now also in the process of updating. This practical tool helps answer key questions related to the fundamental aspects of rule of law, such as, are laws clear, accessible, and applied equally? Is public power exercised within the limits of the law? Are decisions made by independent and impartial courts? And do individuals have real, practical ways to challenge decisions that affect their rights? In sum, legality, legal certainty, equality before the law and non-discrimination, prevention of abuse of powers, and access to justice. This is a framework of accountability. And accountability lies at the heart of what the Council of Europe works for. Today, we live in a world of increased levels of impunity. As UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said recently, the level of impunity in the world is politically indefensible and morally intolerable. In fact, impunity is the very opposite of rule of law. If we fail to take clear steps to confront it, our values and respect for fundamental rights will begin to wither. And that is why we in the Council of Europe have been taking so many concrete steps to ensure accountability. In Ukraine, our top priority, we have done it through the establishment of a register of damage for Ukraine. But it's not enough to register the death and destruction caused by the Russian Federation. We need also to make sure every claim is adjudicated. And we do this through the creation of a claims commission, which I hope can be established later this year. But most importantly, we fight impunity and ensure accountability by making sure we fill a blatant hole in international law by setting up a new special tribunal for the crime of aggression, the worst of all crimes. Essentially, the political decision to invade and conquer another country. The initiative to create such an important tribunal was actually taken by Dr. Philip Sands in an op-ed piece in the Financial Times only 4 days after the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. After 15 meetings of informal discussions by legal experts from all over Europe and beyond, we are now very close to making it a reality. We see accountability and the strengthening of rule of law in Europe also in our new Council of Europe Convention, as you also mentioned, Minister, for the protection of the profession of lawyer. And we also see it in our roadmap on civil society engagement. This organization-wide and Europe-wide effort ensures that civil society is very much part of everything we do, from standard setting to monitoring and cooperation. Examples include the way civil society contributes to the ongoing and most relevant group of experts we have in the Council of Europe, such as the group of experts on action against trafficking in human beings, GRETA, and the European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance, ECRI. We also see the important role of civil society in supporting the execution of judgments of the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg, and the vital input of civil society to the work of our platforms, like the one on promoting the safety of journalists in Europe. Dear friends, you and I know it, but at its core, the rule of law means that no one is above the law, and that everyone is entitled to fair and equal treatment. As our court has repeated on many occasions, and I quote, "In a democratic society, the actions or omissions of the government must be the subject to the close scrutiny, not only by the legislative and judicial authorities, but also of the press and public opinion," end quote. That scrutiny is not only horizontal between branches of government, it is also vertical from you and me, from society itself. And we have seen this on many occasions. Civil society frequently helps shape legislation and legal reforms, as seen in Slovakia with Via Iuris. Civil society also expands access to justice with organizations in Montenegro monitoring trials and improving fairness in the courts. And civil society fosters legal awareness and civic engagement through education programs, such as in the UK, and through public rule of law debates in Ireland and Croatia. At our Reykjavik summit 2 years ago in Iceland, all the leaders of Europe underlined that, and I quote, "Civil society is a prerequisite for a functioning democracy," end quote. This is actually now included as one of the 10 principles of democracy that the heads of state and government agreed to in Reykjavik. And in reality, one of our strongest lines of defense against the democratic backsliding we have today. And if you allow me, nowhere is this clearer than here in Poland. Over the past decade, civil society organizations have defended judicial independence in the face of sustained pressure. And you were very much part of this struggle, Adam, as ombudsman. And today, following the 2023 elections, they are now directly engaged in the restoration of the rule of law. And yet, Civil society's ability to play that unique and crucial role is under growing threat almost all over Europe. We see in several countries new laws are narrowing civic space, especially so-called foreign agent laws that specifically target organizations for merely receiving support from abroad. Despite a clear ruling from the European Court on Human Rights 3 years ago, more countries are still moving ahead with laws that deliberately seek to label civil society groups as foreign agents. At the same time, the Venice Commission of the Council of Europe has reaffirmed that the right to seek financial and material support is integral to freedom of association. But again, many current frameworks fall short of that standard. And these restrictions, unfortunately, often go hand in hand with other and broader patterns: pressure on courts, limits on parliamentary oversight, growing concentration of executive power. In addition, civil society actors face threats beyond the law, from stigmatization and registration barriers to slaps, abusive lawsuits designed to silence journalists and others who speak out. And most regrettably, women's rights groups, migrant defenders, and those working with minorities are hit hardest. But enough doom and gloom. There is certainly reason for renewed hope. Across Europe, civil society is not retreating, far from it. In Sweden, civil society organizations launched Nysta Project, a cross-sectorial initiative to reimagine democracy after the pandemic, proposing a new social contract for inclusion and digital resilience. In several member states, new digital platforms and consultations tools are opening the door to more direct, transparent, and inclusive participation in policy making, such as citizens' assemblies. These are just a couple of examples reminding us that civil society is not just defending the rule of law, it is renewing it, and in many ways leading the way. So with this, I think I will end here, and I thank you again, Minister, for organizing this very important gathering and seminar, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I now invite on the stage Maria Telalian, Director of the Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights.
Honorable Minister Bodnar, distinguished guests, it is a great honor for me to be here today at this high-level conference regarding the role of the civil society in the protection of the rule of law. I take this opportunity to also extend my sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Justice of Poland for organizing this timely and important event, and for its continuous cooperation with the OSCE Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights. And my special thanks go to you, Minister Bodnar, for this invitation and for the close partnership with my office. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the rule of law stands as a cornerstone of democratic governance and human rights protection. From the early years of the creation of the OSCE, the rule of law has been intrinsically linked with questions of security in our OSCE region. In subsequent decades, the OSCE has continually reiterated the importance that participating states uphold the rule of law. key OSCE commitments underscore the necessity of an independent judiciary, effective legal remedies, and transparent governance. Within the OSCE framework, participating states have committed to upholding those values and, by extension, ensuring that key principles such as judicial independence, access to justice, and legal certainty be protected. As our understanding of the elements of the rule of law have evolved, so too has our understanding of the relationship between the rule of law and the civil society. In more recent declarations, the OSCE has acknowledged the vital role NGOs and civil society can play in promoting the rule of law, and participating states pledge to enhance their ability to make their full contribution to the respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. Yet today, across the OSCE region and beyond, we are observing increased democratic backsliding, a growing neglect for the rule of law, and targeted attacks against civil society organizations. There are lessons to be learned from these challenges. The erosion of the rule of law too often strikes all other pillars of our democratic order, including democratic institutions and civil society. In the present political context of turmoil and uncertainty, our societies are posed in front of a serious challenge. Reinforcing our rule of law and safeguarding democratic institutions will require both political will and committed work of civil society. Indeed, civil society works as a crucial bridge between citizens and the state, monitoring the implementation of laws and violations of human rights, advocate for essential reforms, and shining a light of deficiencies that may otherwise go unnoticed. Their contribution is crucial. It strengthens public trust in institutions, amplifies the voice of people, fosters inclusivity, and ensures that reforms, including those in the rule of law area, are not merely technical exercises, but are rooted in the real needs of the people. At ODIHR, we appreciate this. Include civil society voices in all aspects of our work, including in the area of the rule of law and judicial independence. For instance, with the support of experts, legal minds, and civil society, ODIHR developed the recommendations on judicial independence and accountability, known as Warsaw Recommendations, to address emerging threats and challenges to the judiciary's impartiality and integrity throughout the whole OSCE region, which were published in 2023. I invite all of you to read these recommendations. They strongly underscore the importance of independent judicial councils, clear ethical frameworks, and proportionate disciplinary mechanisms to protect judges from political interference while ensuring accountability and misconduct. Moreover, they emphasize the need for robust institutional safeguards against political manipulation of the judiciary, adequate resources to support judicial functions, and meaningful civil society involvement in judicial reforms. We firmly believe that successful rule of law reforms cannot be designed and implemented in isolation. The active participation of civil society enhances both the legitimacy and the effectiveness of such reforms. States that embrace civil society as a partner rather than as a challenger are better equipped to build legal systems that reflect democratic values and the needs of their citizens. Here in Poland, for instance, ODIHR maintains a long-standing history of engagement with the government and the civil society in supporting reforms, facilitating dialogue on key justice issues. Over the years, our work has placed special emphasis on engaging civil society, ensuring their voices are heard in critical discussions on judicial independence and accountability. Alongside the legislative support we continue to provide to Polish authorities to ensure that laws comply with international human rights standards and OEC commitments. Beyond Poland, ODIHR also supports civil society organizations in conducting trial monitoring, which is one of the important mechanisms to ensure public oversight in courts, as well as it is an effective mechanism to identify areas of governance in need of reform in line with fair trial standards. We have also been actively working with civil society to monitor human rights violations and to monitor situations of human rights defenders. It is with this concrete experience and decades of cooperation with civil society actors in mind that I must stress this simple message today. It is not enough for states to allow a secure space for civil society to work. What is needed is to actively support them, listen to them, and protect their work whenever needed. Reforms undertaken without the meaningful engagement of civil society risk being detached from reality and may fail to gain the trust and support of the people they are meant to serve. Open dialogue and cooperation between authorities and civil society actors are essential to fostering a culture of transparency, accountability, and inclusivity, and ultimately make our societies more secure and resilient. As ODIHR, we remain committed to working alongside the national authorities and all relevant stakeholders in Poland, as well as in other OEC countries, to ensure that the rule of law is fully functioning and robust. Our unwavering support extends not only to state institutions, but also to civil society actors, whose role is indispensable in strengthening democratic governance and upholding human rights. I look forward to the discussions ahead and to the continued collaboration in strengthening the rule of law in Poland and beyond. I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Distinguished guests, the role of civil society in protecting the rule of law is undeniable. But in current difficult times, it faces many challenges. In some countries, on one hand, NGOs, independent media, and activists struggle with growing attacks. On the other, the very space for civic engagement is shrinking. Financial, political constraints, and even reprisals by authorities pose serious threats to human rights defenders and promoting justice civil society. That is why cooperation among citizens, NGOs, the media and public institutions is essential. Only together we can ensure that our democracy remains strong and the rule of law is protected. Poland's experience from years 2015 to 2023 in this regard shows how important for safeguarding democracy is strong civil society. That's why at today's conference, we would also like to share what these difficult times have taught us and what lessons we can learn from them for the future. Right now, I would like to invite Professor Armin von Bogdandy of the Max Planck Institute for Comparative Public Law and International Law in Heidelberg, who will introduce us in our conference topic. Professor, please take the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I have some slides for you. Yes, they're coming up. And I tell you when to go to the next slide. Okay, so dear Minister Bodnar, thank you so much for inviting me to this conference of the rule of law, the role of civil society in the protection of the rule of law. I feel deeply honored by the opportunity to speak to this important audience on this important topic, important for Poland, important for Germany, important for all those who care about constitutional democracy. Next slide. Yes. So I will address the topic in 3 steps. I'm a German lawyer, so forgive me if I start with some conceptual clarification, and that is, what do we mean when we speak of civil society? The second step will then show what is the role of civil society in the protection of the rule of law by showing what has been the role of Polish civil society for the European rule of law. On that basis, I will then do the third step. That is the way ahead. So I will suggest how to further strengthen the role of civil society in the protection of the rule of law. I think that Polish civil society is in a lead position to trigger such strengthening. It should suggest the European Court of Justice to do another step with EU primacy. EU primacy can protect the rule of law by helping its full restoration. So that is the agenda. Let me turn this around. Yes. Next slide. So some conceptual clarification of what we are talking about when we refer to civil society. There are various understandings of civil society. I will present 3 that have much bearing on our topic. The first is purely descriptive and refers to the social field that other scholars call the third sector of society. The first sector is made up by all public institutions. So at the Council of Europe, it's all ministries, the European Union. The second sector is all business. And the third sector includes all social actors beyond public institutions and beyond business, trade unions, professional associations, churches, religious groups, charities, families, academics. So what is the role of this social field for the protection of the rule of law, this broad field? all these people have a role to play. If they do not demand the rule of law, politics is likely to not deliver the rule of law if it involves any relevant political cost. So that is the first. The second understanding is more narrow. No, it's me. Okay. The second understanding is more narrow. It's only mainly descriptive, but it comes with a normative twist. Civil society indicates here the field of private groups that pursue public interests. In our case, that are those groups who militate for the rule of law. They do not only demand something, but they do something. They become active, sometimes they even take risks. One may say, and here comes the normative twist, that this is civil society that validates a thick understanding of the concept of Rzeczpospolita. I hope I pronounced it correctly. That is to say, a seasoned concept of Polish constitutionalism. And this is the concept of civil society that we find in Article 11 of the Treaty on European Union. My talk will focus on this group. But to explore this group, we need the third understanding. It refers to the professed normative thrust of these groups. And this understanding is dear to the organizers. Their invitation relates civil society and Polish civil society to Article 2, Treaty on European Union. Hence, for them, and I may say also for me, and probably for many, if not all of you, to be part of civil society means a strong commitment to and active engagement for the 12 key principles of democratic constitutionalism that are laid down in Article 2, Treaty on European Union. This is a Republican understanding of Article 2, and I think in the best tradition of Rzeczpospolita. Here, civil society means the Republican ethos of social engagement. I share this idea of that Article 2 codifies the best European Republican tradition, and I take it as an important positioning on European constitutionalism and its way ahead. This understanding of civil society rests on a central European contribution to European public discourse and European constitutionalism. Much of the promise of the concept is due to authors from Central Europe, such as Havel and Smola, but also Mazowiecki and Glinski. If civil society is an important European concept today, much is for them. Without their efforts, we would not find civil society in Article 11 of the Treaty on European Union. We also owe to them a sharp understanding of the limits of the role of civil society. While Havel and Smola posited civil society as essential to democratic society, they were also adamant that legitimate public institutions only can make binding decisions. So the individuals and groups of civil society have a democratic role, but they lack a democratic mandate. To protect the rule of law, somehow they must interact with public institutions. But what is the role of law in the first place? We can approach it from the negative side. I think everybody in this room, indeed all members of the Sejm and of the Bundestag, all German and Polish lawyers, will agree that in Belarus, in North Korea, and Venezuela, there is no rule of law. But when it comes to the changes in the Polish judiciary after 2015, there is disagreement. There is deep disagreement with legal arguments from both sides. Indeed, the former Polish government produced a thick paper that showed any element it introduced as in force in some respected constitutional democracy. So one may say, rule of law can mean everything short of a dictatorship, and that thus it means nothing. Or one can put it philosophically, addressing the rule of law as an essentially contested concept. Then, all positioning on the rule of law would be just partisan politics. Such a sad outcome was avoided for the mobilization of Polish civil society. So let's explore the role of civil society in the protection of the rule of law by looking what has been the role of Polish civil society for the European rule of law. This is because most, if not all in the room, know much better than me what Polish civil society has done for the Polish rule of law. I lack knowledge of the Polish language, so I know little. I can speak much better of the contribution of Polish civil society for the European rule of law, and that speaks to our topic too. The mobilization of Polish civil society for the rule of law has advanced two important European developments. First, it has linked the Polish rule of law to the European rule of law and has given a great input into the thickening of the European rule of law. And second, it has linked Polish civil society to European civil society and has given a strong impetus into its unfolding. So these are four different phenomena. There's the Polish rule of law, there's the European rule of law, there's Polish civil society, and there is European civil society. These four phenomena are to be distinguished, but at the same time, each of the four phenomena can only be explained and understood in light of the others. And why is that so? Well, let's look at the Polish rule of law saga from 2015. Since 2015, many considered the Polish rule of law to be threatened. And it took not long that many understood that that threatens not just the Polish rule of law, but also the European rule of law. Poland is part of the Union. Polish society is part of European society. So a deep problem in the Polish rule of law threatens the entire Union and the entire society. However, for a number of reasons, political institutions could not come up with decisions that addressed the threat. So Polish civil society got going. And one path was litigation. Indeed, litigation is an important path through which actors from civil society can play their democratic role. Of course, judicial decisions cannot resolve problems of the magnitude of the Polish rule of law crisis, but judicial decisions can be part of a solution, and they can trigger politics to come in. And so it was in this case. Polish citizens and associations litigating and succeeding to have the reforms to be judged by the European Court of Justice and the European Court of Human Rights. That linked the Polish and the European rule of law and developed the European rule of law. Today, the European rule of law as it stands in 2025 has a very strong Polish flavor, as so many questions came from Poland. Polish civil society fed the thrust of the Polish developments into a European legal development. As for the linking and the development of civil society, Polish civil society received support from many parts of European society. Judges from other countries marching the streets of Warsaw. Opinion leaders from many countries intervened. Transnational civil society organizations strengthened their Polish offices, and academics from all corners of Europe debated as never before on what is the rule of law. This is why the Polish rule of law crisis has energized the unfolding of European society, which is an important phenomenon throughout Europe. Polish civil society has triggered over the last 10 years important political and judicial processes which are pushing European constitutionalism and in particular the rule of law. Most importantly for me as a constitutional lawyer, Polish requests for preliminary rulings activated Article 2 and 19 Treaty on European Union. Though these articles have been in the treaty since 2009, it was not a foretold story that they would be activated and relevant. If they have, and if they are, it is because actors from Polish civil society have militated to unfold the European rule of law. Their mobilization brought key judgments. Again, these judgments on their own did not resolve the crisis, but they have been key for more promising addressing the rule of law backsliding also at the political level. because these judicial decisions have been endorsed by the European Council and the European legislator. So, the activation of Polish civil society, and it is for that activation that we have something that we can call a European constitutional moment, using the famous concept by Bruce Ackerman. So what is a constitutional moment? A constitutional moment is when the three branches of government agree within a broad social process on an important constitutional development. What is that development? Well, we see it here. We see it in Article 2 of the Conditionality Regulation of 2020, one of the key provisions of today's European constitutionalism. So much for the effort of Polish civil society when we can prove wrong those who say that the rule of law is an essentially contested concept. Now we have a definition of the European rule of law that comes at the highest level of constitutional legitimacy. And that helps greatly in its protections by all kinds of mechanisms. It reads, and you find it here, the rule of law refers to the union value enshrined in Article 2, Treaty on European Union. It includes the principle of legality, implying a transparent, accountable, democratic, and pluralistic lawmaking process, legal certainty, prohibition of arbitrariness of the executive powers, effective judicial protection, including access to justice by independent and impartial courts, also as regards fundamental rights, separation of powers, and non-discrimination and equality before the law. This definition is for the European rule of law, but it also frames the Polish rule of law. On the most basic level, they are now deeply interlinked. So here we see clearly the rule and the role of civil society. It brings up issues, cases, ideas, and the social energy that it takes for important legal developments. But there is more. Civil society in the narrow sense supports the role of civil society in the broad sense in the third sector. Its activism helps that all people in the third sector do not fall into fatalism, resignation, cynicism, or legal nihilism, to use a concept by Angelika Nussberger for Putin's Russia. This is another essential role of civil society for the protection of the rule of law, to support the people's belief in and the demand for the normativity of their constitution. So we see that civil society has a role for the protection of the rule of law, and it can also be helpful for the full restoration of the rule of law. And that brings me to the last point, a way ahead. So how to help the full restoration in the current situation? Now, I bring up now a probably very likely controversial proposal, but here we need something to discuss, so here it goes. You are ready to take that. So let me conclude on a proposal. The protection of the rule of law continues to be a big challenge in Poland, although it is under a government that stands for the rule of law. This is not a paradox, but it is a fact, and you all know about it. So what might be the help of civil society to help in this situation? Well, some Polish civil society actor might suggest a Polish court to refer a question to the European Court of Justice. There's now a lot of experience in Poland to do that, and one that helps to fully restore the rule of law in Poland. So let me explain that. We all know how difficult the full restoration is because certain decisions of the former government are deeply entrenched in Polish law. To help here, someone could challenge such a decision that seriously violates the Polish and the European rule of law. So you need to find a really, really bad one, but they are wrong. Then the Polish judge could ask the Court of Justice if he or she, the Polish judge, has to consider that decision as null and void. That would open new paths paths that are fully in line with the rule of law. Of course, such legal effect must be limited to the most critical cases. To find a fitting formula, one can use the one advanced by the European Commission in the November, it was proposed in November 2024, before the plenary of the European Court of Justice in light of the Hungarian LGBTQ+ laws. And that is the concept of a frontal attack against European society. So nullity could be only for serious violations that qualify as a frontal attack against European society. So someone from Polish civil society might make a Polish judge ask if certain legislative, executive, judicial decisions, including decisions by the National Council of the Judiciary, are simply null and void. Given the development of EU primacy over the last years, such nullity would be a consequential step that is covered by the treaties. It could help with some challenges Poland is currently struggling. Not least, it would give civil society an even bigger role in the protection of the rule of law. Oh, I forgot that. And this, the protection of the rule of law, that is the topic of our conference, right? So I'm done. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. We are now going to begin our first panel, which is entitled "The Principle of Civil Society as an EU Value." This principle is one of the fundaments on which the existence of democratic states under the rule of law is based. In the context of EU, it means not only formal democracy based on the elections, but also active participation of citizens and social organizations in public debate and decision-making processes. These are the topics that will be tried to be addressed by Professor Agnieszka Bieńka-Cała from the University of Szczecin, Dr. Kevin Casas-Zamora, Secretary General of the Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, Sirpa Rautio, EU Agency for Fundamental Rights Director, Ingrid Schullerud, Special Representative for Democracy and the Rule of Law of the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the panel will be moderated by Professor Maciej Kisiłowski from the Central European University in Vienna. Please join me on the stage.
Good morning. Do you hear me? Good. Thank you so much for the invitation. Let's get to work on this amazing panel. So I think this is a particularly good place to discuss civil society, not only because we hold the rotating presidency, but also since Poland vividly illustrates the challenges facing the broader European civic space. Because in Poland, we often witness what feels like almost two parallel civil societies. The one that was defending the rule of law, that defends human rights, transparency, education, was mentioned a couple times already. But there is also another civil society in Poland that those of you who know this country know very well of, which is deeply conservative, obviously comprising vibrant Catholic organizations, but also more recently a growing network of nationalist NGOs. Now, of course, following the inspiring keynote we just heard, you can ask, are we seeing two parallel civil societies in each of the three senses that Professor von Bogdandy outlined? certainly in the first descriptive one, but those of you who are familiar with my work on the progressive conservative social contract will probably not be surprised when I say that we should entertain the idea that both of those sides of the civil society also represent genuine manifestations of the two normative senses of Professor von Bogdandy's definition. In a sense that I do believe that one of the more disturbing facts that we are facing in today's democracy, not only here but in around the world, is that our conservative compatriots also believe strongly that they are pursuing their definition of public good, alas, often irreconcilable with our definition of public good. And even some of them argue that they embody their versions of Republican values. Now, are we ending up with a situation in which everything is contested, yes, in which all of this is politics? I believe no, because especially in many ways, if you agree or tentatively agree with my even-handed description so far, there is a certain objective and disturbing asymmetry in how both the progressive and conservative sides engage this polarized civil space. And I want to illustrate this discrepancy with a visual representation. Two photos, I hope they are visible. One from 2020, one from 2024. On the right, you have the 2020 protests of civil society, progressive civil society, against the so-called abortion ruling of the so-called Constitutional Tribunal. And many of you actually know it firsthand, those of you who are from Poland. The level of violence of police under the orders of far-right government at the time was staggering, was literally staggering. What's on the left? On the left is the latest November edition of the Independence March, an annual nationalist event. It happened last time, of course, under the already existing centrist democratic coalition. And the photo that I actually chose shows 3 brave policemen who assisted a family of the marchers at this far-right march when their child faced a medical emergency. And that is, I think, the most disturbing juxtaposition that we must confront, especially if we will grant that both sides represent the genuine civil society in Professor von Bogdandy's sense. Because there is an obvious asymmetry. When the conservative government, populist government is in power, the progressive civil society gets brutalized. If democratic, centrist, progressive government is in power, the right-wing civil society can flourish as a normal part of the civil society. And note that I am not the only one who is disturbed by this asymmetry. Recently, former President Barack Obama gave a lecture when he invited students to imagine what would happen if his administration pulled out accreditations of conservative TV stations or harassed conservative or law firms, representing conservative clients. So there is this broader sense that we are lacking a certain mutuality in the civic space, but also more broadly in the democratic space. And I am getting back to my notes because I have an amazing panel to deal with this disturbing asymmetry. I'll be brief in my introductions, as panelists require none. Sirpa Rauzio, the director of the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights. Ambassador Ingrid Schulerud, Special Representative on Democracy and the Rule of Law at the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Professor Agnieszka Bieńka-Cała, Constitutional Law Scholar at University of Szczecin, and Dr. Kevin Casas-Zamora, Secretary General at the Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance. So, distinguished panelists, with the visual representation of the lack of European democratic mutuality between the progressive and conservative sides, what can we do with it? How can we reimagine civil society as a truly shared, cross-partisan European value? How do we restore this sense of mutuality where both sides, progressive and conservative, not only tolerate but actively value each other's civil engagement? And this is an easy question, so let's solve it in 7 to 10 minutes. But you know, with the panel that we have, I'm sure we can at least make a progress, and hopefully we'll have time for your contributions as well. So let's start with Director Rausio.
Thank you so much. What a pleasure to be here. Those who don't know, I have had a pleasure of living in Poland in the 90s and then again in 2000. And I have been sort of a fan, admirer of Polish civil society ever since I started here in my first job, 1993, with UNHCR. And much of the work that we did for refugees, asylum seekers, happened with the assistance of civil society actors, Polska Akcja Humanitarna, Amnesty, also Helsinki Foundation. So I had the pleasure of learning about Poland already a long time ago, and I have ever since followed the Polish developments and continued to stay in touch. I wish every member state was like Poland. I have to say I don't see the same level of activism or energy and also tradition and culture than in Poland. I can speak maybe not so much as FRA director about the recent Finnish experience. I worked in the Finnish parliament for 12 years as a director of the Human Rights Center. And just on Sunday, I was opening the Helsingin Sanomat, our main newspaper, and I was very happy to see that there's a major article, investigative work done on rule of law challenges in Finland. So I opened, and I saw, of course, many familiar faces. 8 people had been interviewed, 6 men, 2 women, mainly judges, some prominent lawyers, constitutional actors, and then a couple of civil servants. And I read it, and I have to say I was shocked. It was so thin, it was so sort of introverted, only looking at their own institutions. So threats to the independence of justice, of course important, but not so much mentioning any of the material issues, fundamental rights, that we had seen under challenge in other countries where rule of law is attacked. Out of the 8, only 1 mentioned the role of civil society as protector of rule of law. Only 1 mentioned media, free media, and only 1, the person from the Ministry of Justice who is dealing with EU issues, mentioned rights of minorities. So bit shocking, having followed the discussions at the European level, that a country that has modeled itself as a strong advocate for rule of law can still have internally such a narrow view of what rule of law challenges might be. And everyone started more or less saying, of course, Finland is a leading country with rule of law. We don't really have many challenges. So this was, your pictures are more interesting, but to read a newspaper 2025, when no connection made to the European development, not much mentioned about fundamental rights, and these are the leading experts on rule of law. That had been interviewed. Not one NGO had been interviewed in the whole. So I think we have a long way to go to energize and use all these fantastic cases and the Polish rule of law example, the restoration, but also the European rule of law. I don't think we are in practice quite as far in accepting the role for the civil society. I don't think Finland is the only country, member state of the EU, where the topic is rule of law. It becomes very quickly discussion just between judges, constitutional lawyers, some judicial actors, often excluding entirely sort of human rights NGOs, even national human rights institutions, ombuds, because often even the sort of good administration is not really considered that important for the rule of law. So I think we have a long way to go to really recognize the role of the civil society. And maybe now more with my FRA hat, Fundamental Rights Agency has been working for a long time with civil society, for civil society. We have been collecting data and reporting since 2017. So there's already quite a body of evidence of sort of the emerging challenges. But I have to say also that in the last few months, I think we have seen the most dramatic attacks and sort of questioning the legitimacy of much of the civil society within the European Union, and in fact, maybe more in the Brussels bubble, in the European Parliament, in those discussions. So very alarming accusations and really trying to delegitimize the work of the civil society. And you know, we're in the middle of it, so we need to see what can we do about it. I see many faces here that I recognize who are working on this. So I'm sure we will come up with more ideas during this conference. But for Fundamental Rights Agency, for sure, we will be continuing and developing and strengthening our work on civil society. We have set up a new sector that deals more with national engagement. Our civil society work is embedded there, but together with national human rights institutions, other networks. And also we are more and more thinking, how could we also work much more broadly with all those who are trying to advance sort of common good, you know, development type of organizations. We have become too fragmented, working on separate issues. In fact, we are all trying to do more or less the same to have a good society which enables the civil society, broadly understood, to take part, to be consulted, to offer solutions. I really like the description of this conference and panel, almost, you know, provocative, you know, how is the civil society contributing to solutions? I think this is a question that should concern all of us who work on fundamental rights. For sure, for Fundamental Rights Agency, this is all we are trying to do these days. How could we be more involved at the EU level, at the national level? How could we be, you know, on time so that we can have impact? How can we bring, you know, others on board? How can we bring alliances or have alliances who work together, because I think nothing can be done by a single actor anymore. So we are working at a time when the challenges are exponentially growing, I would argue, and we are still stuck with our old work, our old projects, while we should be very quickly trying to come up with something much more robust, much more innovative. And this is my expectation for this conference, also looking who is here, that we will come with new ideas how to use our mandates more effectively. And perhaps I stop here, because I think the time is up and there'll be a second round. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Some reflections.
Thank you so much. Ambassador Schulrud.
Thank you for inviting and including Norway, not being part of the EU, but closely connected. Not quite recently, we actually acknowledged that EU rule of law was essential and existential also for Norway, not being a member, but within the EU agreement and internal market, deterioration of the rule of law would also existentially threaten that agreement. But of course, we also see the rule of law as a common European value. To stimulate some discussion, I will not read all my papers. Maybe in 7 minutes I can do 7 observations and recommendations. We all know the Commission is working on Democracy Shield, protecting democracy in Europe from malign foreign influence. We also know there will be a strategy for civil society, and I hope some of my points can be relevant for that work, because I think what really is the challenge now is that everything is related. It's an old saying, but now it's really true. Everything is related. As a big donor for civil society in Europe, as part of this EEA agreement, we have something called EEA Norway grants. And I was there when we started in 2004. We mapped actually what are the funding gaps in after enlargement. What are the funding gaps? And very much work and support related to Copenhagen criteria disappeared after enlargement. So we decided very early that we should keep focusing on soft power issues like justice reform, civil society, minority rights, and things like that in our contribution to cohesion. And I'm happy to say tomorrow we will sign an agreement with Poland, the first country to sign a new agreement for the new period of this report. And we have agreed with the EU and confirmed by EU27 that 10% of all our funding will be directed directly to civil society. I think that is something to think about also for the EU, because my first point, funding is a key problem actually for thriving civil society. So that's my first point. We should look at the funding. Of course, we should also look at the discussion connected to foreign funding and foreign agent laws. Transparency is important. There are dilemmas connected to funding of civil society, and we should confront them. We should be open, and we should discuss it. There are malign, hidden foreign funding aimed to undermine democracy. That's one thing. And then there is legitimate funding from other countries to promote our common values. So we have to be more clever and more specific when we discuss this, because there are issues and there are concerns. And I think it was Björn Berge mentioned also the rising interest of some states to fund their own NGOs to support them. Of course, that goes into the debate on we are not going here to judge between conservative or liberal within our common values. But beyond our common values, there are actors who would like to undermine what we actually are defending. And that is an issue. My second point is, of course, that there are some lessons learned. It's easy to look back, but we have to look forward. And the challenges we are facing with the technology and the platforms and the hate and the harassment, I can just mention from Norway, young female, specifically female young possible politicians, more than 30% say that they are in doubt if they want to join politics because of harassment online and offline. And that is a very worrying signal for democracy. So we need a new sense of urgency. I think that is very important. It's not like business as usual. We need a sense of urgency, and that is important. In the Norwegian funding program, and you can find it online, EEA Norway grants, we have tried to introduce democracy, rule of law, and human rights perspectives in all programs. So in education programs, in climate programs, in research programs, not only civil society, but trying to mainstream these values into the programs that we support. That's also something I think we could think about in a broader sense. Then, when it comes to a vibrant civil society and support to civil society has been sort of sidelined to everything else. I think we have to introduce much more common principles, and in the strategy, if the Commission is working on it, should be very clear on what are the state responsibility to secure a vibrant society, and that touches upon what you referred to. I mean, the state has to secure, not initiate a vibrant society, and of course they have to make sure that it's equally treated. So we have to hold governments responsible, and that has to be done at the European level, or in the Council of Europe, or by ODIHR. We need institutions that watch over us governments on how we behave, and also to have peer review between us. It cannot be that one country close down on one part of civil society, and then we have another closing down on another. I mean, that is the challenge, probably. And then, of course, everything is related to everything. When we work on, and maybe our major challenge now is how do we regulate the platforms? Because the platforms are dividing our societies. They create these bubbles where we stop talking to each other, So those in favor of this guy will work in this bubble and they will not listen at all to the others. And you know, the moment you have that kind of division, and we see it also in Poland, this very, very sharp division, then it's very difficult to bridge the gaps and create dialogue. And civil society actually has a crucial role to play to open up for dialogue, because in the end, we need that. And finally, my personal, because I started in foreign affairs 1989. I thought I should work with Latin America because I'd worked on democratization in Latin America. But of course, 1989, everything happened. And I went to Poland and I met all these fantastic people. And I have to say, in the end, when everything is lost, I mean, if you're, you know, attacked by authoritarian regimes, defense is falling down, institutions are falling down, my belief is that there will always be somebody, you know, civil society kind of guy or woman that will stand up. You know, there will always be somebody left. And I was thinking of, because I saw the daffodil, somebody had this yellow, and I'm a proud supporter of that campaign. But the Warsaw Ghetto that we memorized 19 April, 3 days ago, is exactly that. You know, the ghetto is attacked, it will fall, people will be killed, they all know it, and still there is somebody who just stands up and fight. So with that ending, thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to briefly react to those two really thoughtful interventions, because I was asked by the organizers to to ask tough questions, that this is a time to ask tough questions, given the urgency of the situation. And, of course, this frame is pretty easy. Yes, police shouldn't brutalize peaceful protesters, and police should assist in medical emergency at a nationalist march. Yes, I guess we all would agree on that. But with both of your interventions, we start seeing more difficult questions. For example, with what you mentioned about the foreign agents laws, yes? Because sometimes our democratic, progressive sense of fairness and mutuality slides into naivete, yes? Into not taking action, for example, against genuinely bad actors, yes? So, I don't want you to have a sense that my framing already presupposes the answer, that the answer is always we extend the hand if the other side only shows us the fist, yes? But this is a genuine problem. How do we deal with it? We see it in the US, we saw it in Poland, we see it in Poland now, yes? How do we encourage the other side to play by the rules, yes? You can't have a rule of law unless it's a rule that is binding on both sides of the game. If it's just a political platform of a progressive side, it's part of the game. It's not the rule of the game. Yes, both sides in a football match need to respect common rules, and I think this is a major problem, and civil society is just one representation of that problem. With that, let me go to Professor Binkeca.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I am honored to be here. Today I will address some issues connected to the Polish situation. I will be speaking about polarization, about populists, the relevance of the history, how to restoring this mutuality, and I will conclude briefly. And now please allow me to switch into Polish, as we are in Poland, and I am Polish, so yes, I decided to speak in my mother tongue. Yes, I will give you a minute to use headphones. Więc rozpoczynając od...
Very well then, starting with polarization. We have observed that this is a global phenomenon. By no means is it restricted to our Polish backyard. Somebody mentioned the USA. The climax of polarization in the USA must have been what happened on January 6th, when when there were demonstrations and protests, and we know how it went. There was a very unpleasant end to it. And mostly, you know, the leaders were those who supported President Trump, who had lost the presidential election. We've also noticed the polarization in Poland, and the key point when polarization has come onto the front page, I mean, it got to the stage when you can no longer bridge the gap between the two parties. It was the Smolensk disaster. After what happened in Smolensk airplane crash, the emotions were running high, and before we spoke about things we disagree on, but later on we started talking about nothing but emotions, and the post-truth took place of the truth, squeezed out the truth. Polarization obviously has been reinforced by the populist regimes, and populists on both sides, right-wing, left-wing, populists of general nature or provenance, if you like. In Poland, and maybe beyond as well, we've seen this split. I mean, there's like a perfect profile, so perfect stereotypes, right? There's a stereotype of life according to liberal values, an open society, pluralistic society. And then at the other end of the spectrum, there's a vision of life that's non-liberal or illiberal, where the society is becoming increasingly introverted, me nation, me country oriented instead of inclusion oriented. That's a just juxtaposition between the two worldviews. The two worldviews, and this juxtaposition actually kills the discussion to a large degree, and it blocks the gateway to reaching any agreement, any consensus, right? Because you are in two contradictory positions. Now, speaking about Poland, this is not just for the last few years. Believe me, it's not just the Smolensk airplane crash and other recent events ever since 2015 onwards, right? It's not just that. This polarization has actually been deeply ingrained or entrenched in our history. And when I say history, I go back to World War I and World War II, the period between the two wars, because we had 123 years of partition before World War I, and then we had national resurrection. Poland was reinstated in 1918, and there was a question, what kind of nation are we going to be? A heterogeneous nation with open minds, based on citizenship, not on ethnicity. That was one view. And then the other view, quite distant or different, was this homogenizing approach. In that homogeneous approach, to be Polish was to be Catholic. That was the overarching idea. So being religious, being Catholic, that was coupled with being Polish when Poland was created back in 1918. So what we get now is the aftermath of that, is those late images, okay, of that split, if you like. Like, is it citizenship? Like, are we bound by citizenship? Do we all work for the common good based on citizenship values? Or should we rather focus on the ethnic origin and then put a finger on you should be first in line to see a doctor because of your ethnic background, right? And you should come second because of your ethnic background. And mind you, there's polarization on both sides of the spectrum. It just goes to show, when you remember the words of those true, like, this is a true Pole and this is a traitor, right? This kind of labeling attitude. And on the other hand, you can have true citizens and those well, old-time ladies or grandma ladies who are older, Catholic, and they are not the real citizens, right? So everybody likes to polarize, believe me. Populists on any side of the spectrum like to take advantage of those polarizing slogans, and they actually propagate polarization. I spoke about history. One more point to that. One big thing about Poland history was the Round Table, 1989, the Round Table deliberations. It seemed like the Round Table would become a symbol of reaching the agreement at a pan-national scale, right? Nation together, with gaps being bridged, with no divisions, but it was just a second. It came, it passed, and this national consensus, the national agreement, dialogue, it only lasted a moment, and it was not preserved for longer, right? But once again, I don't want to be all doom and gloom. I would hate to be seen as a prophet of the doom. So just let me say that we have seen some mechanisms or some methods that can help us reach agreement or can help us win the opponent over or get some persuasion both ways. And with those mechanisms, hopefully we can make headway. Let me use some examples, international examples, to go beyond Polish backyard. So, according to research into disinformation, you can build improvement based on social, based on civic society. And actually, civic society is the key actor expected to make a difference. The research has shown that when you explain things directly, when the civic society activists become teachers or mentors, when they are the educators, they talk to their friends, colleagues, families. This is actually more efficient. It has much greater impact than just speaking from the position of power, looking down on people, patronizing the society, saying that I know better and you got it the wrong way, you should get educated, and you will never, understand what it's really all about. So speaking of disinformation, that was my point, but we also have some examples on bridging the gaps or bringing people closer on the referendum platform. So one good example would be Ireland and the civic partnerships, where there was this information campaign before the referendum, and they used a very direct method to win people over. Like, imagine someone from your family, a friend, a loved one, who, is an LGBTQ person, and when you gave people this idea, you stirred their imagination, you were more likely to turn people around compared to other methods. So that's on the upside. Now, on the downside, we have Bulgaria and the Istanbul Convention. As you know, the Bulgarian Constitutional Court voted, or actually ruled, against the constitutionality of Istanbul Convention. They declared it unconstitutional. They said it's all about gender ideology, and they said that if we allow this, we are going to have a third gender in Bulgaria, or civic partnerships, which go against, apparently, Bulgarian constitution. And then accusation against the government was raised that the government had failed to do any information campaign. There was no communication. And the young people came up with the allegations. The young people would say that, actually, I might have supported the ratification of Istanbul Convention, but I had been misinformed, or I had been uninformed, and that's why it happened, right? The way it happened. So I gave you some upside and some downside cases, and and the examples of decisions that followed suit. And on a final note from me, I would like to reinforce the importance of direct campaigns. For example, Adam Bodnar, our minister, spoke about Tour de Constitution, Tour de Konstytucja in Polish. That's a wonderful example of a direct campaign that can foster group dialogue. Thank you.
So, and I just want to comment that your excellent intervention proves that we do need an excellent German lawyer to start with cleaning the conceptual issues, because Professor von Bogdan's conceptual introduction was clearly reflected in your intervention. Namely, you know, what you are saying is inviting us to ask if the other conservative civil society is truly also a normative concept, which of course leads us to an uncomfortable question, but you ask me to ask difficult questions of whether illiberal democracy is at least intersubjectively a genuine political aspiration. And I think the response to it will very much determine the strategy, how to deal with, as you said, this other vision, this alternative vision, and how we can restore the mutuality. Let's stay with comparative examples with the final intervention. Doctor, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Maciej, and good morning, everyone. And from my side, too, thanks and congratulations to Minister Bodnar and organizers of this very impressive event. You even managed to make sure that the sun was out in Warsaw. That's power, right? As Maciej kindly introduced me, I'm Kevin Casasamora, the Secretary General of International IDEA. For those of you that are not familiar with the Institute, it is an intergovernmental organization with 35 member states from all regions, including 10 that are also members of the EU. And the Institute is dedicated to advancing and protecting sustainable democracy globally. We are headquartered in Stockholm, but we have offices around the world, and we have activities in more or less 60 countries, depending on how you count. I'm very proud to say also that Minister Bodnar is a former member of our Institute's Board of Advisors. But I'm also proud and hopeful of what that means for what it means for Poland's democratic journey to have someone so committed to democracy and the rule of law in this role. And of course, hosting this conference is another outstanding example of that commitment. Look, for 30 years now, the Institute has worked extensively with and on civil society and on the rule of law. So my comments here will draw on that experience. And what I want to do here is I want to put this session, which Maciej framed in relation to Poland's experience, into a little bit of a global perspective. And I'll do this by sharing some general trends in democratic performance, including the role of civil society as a countervailing institution and a check on power. You see, every year, International IDEA releases a report on the global state of democracy, which assesses democratic performance at country level for 179 countries, I think, at last count, across a range of indicators. And for each of the past 8 years, our report has found more countries experiencing declines in their democratic quality than those that have been improving. And that's the longest sequence of democratic deterioration over the past 50 years, since we have started collecting data. No region of the world is immune to this trend, And as we know, because we know, even established democracies, even proud members of the EU are falling back. One major factor here has been the systemic global erosion of the checks and balances that are formally tasked with upholding the law and holding politicians to account. Parliaments, courts, but in a fundamental way, elections, which is the ultimate check on power in a democratic system. Yet, amid all the doom and gloom in this troubling landscape, our research also identifies green shoots. And the most prominent of those green shoots is the persistently high rates of political participation. Not so much through elections, but in other forms of civic engagement. And what is striking is that this aspect of democratic resilience is strongest in countries where other indicators give you pause, or cause of concern. In fact, democracy's most vibrant and active supporters live far from the consolidated democracies of the Western world, particularly in Africa. One of the most important findings in recent years from our work has been how organizations and movements, including state entities such as electoral authorities, anti-corruption agencies, but also crucially civil society groups, are acting in new ways as checks and balances against abuses of power. And we see this in places as diverse as Brazil, where it really fell upon the electoral authority to resist enormous political pressure to make sure that there was a credible election. We see this in Slovenia, where voters defended the independence of the public broadcaster in a referendum. We are seeing it as we speak in the US. I mean, Harvard has become a kind of countervailing force for democracy. So this phenomenon of the rise of a plethora of countervailing institutions is something that goes well beyond the traditional checks and balances and the expected roles of the different branches of government. In a way, it is the frequent cooptation of the traditional checks and balances on the part of overbearing executives that activates other constitutionally protected sources of autonomous power as key bastions of democracy. And I would claim that in Central and Eastern Europe, none of those countervailing institutions has a more illustrious history than civil society. The force that toppled the communist regimes, the force that launched the color revolutions, the force that in our measurements makes this region the most democratically dynamic part of Europe today, that force is civil society. The thing is that countervailing institutions in democracy do not operate in isolation. They tend to stand or fall together. And I would say that this is particularly true about civil society and the rule of law, which have a kind of symbiotic relationship. Except in the most extraordinary of circumstances, we cannot expect civil society to keep democracy afloat on its own. Where civil society thrives in, say, Central and Eastern Europe, it is because the law and the institutions that are meant to enforce it, at the very least, minimally protect the capacity of civic activists to organize themselves and demand things from power holders. But the reverse is also true. Where the law rules in Central and Eastern Europe, this is in no small part because of civil society. And we've heard examples here. Indeed, the vital role of civil society was a key message in a major paper on advancing rule of law in EU enlargement policy, which International IDEA produced last year in partnership with the Belgian presidency of the EU. And I have to think that the United States will provide the ultimate test of the ability of a very robust civil society able to leverage the law to resist the authoritarian impulses of an executive that, as of today, appears to have very few guardrails. Let me finish by saying that civic activism is essential not simply to shore up the rule of law and protect democracy when it is under assault. It is more than that. Civic activism, even that activism whose causes we don't share, is a way of keeping democracy alive. The more I look around me, the more convinced I become that the drive and ideas to reinforce and revitalize the democratic project are not coming from governments. They're coming from civil society activists. And this is something that the founders of Charter 77, the civic initiative that emerged in the old Czechoslovakia in 1976, which would come to articulate the opposition to the totalitarian regime, understood very well. Václav Havel was among those founders. In the statement on the occasion of the 8th anniversary of Charter 77, they wrote that the Charter's role was not to engage in institutional politics and win power, but, and I quote here, to rehabilitate people as the true subjects of history, which by its very nature radically transcends the framework of mere changes of systems of power. This effort represents potential criticism of every system, because every system, even the best, conceals within itself a tendency to elevate itself above people. End of quote. That's right. We need civic action not simply to protect liberal democracy, but to keep it honest and make it better. To make sure that it enables the human agency that sets democracy apart from any other political arrangement. At its best, civic action embodies the critical exercise of freedom that makes the life of individuals and societies worth living, if we agree with the philosophers of the Enlightenment. And nothing, my friends, can be more European than that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we got 10 more minutes from the organizers, but no more than 10 minutes. So at every conference, there is a group of participants who, rather than asking questions, want to make a point. And this is a moment where this is actually encouraged, because we don't have time for questions and answers, but we have a difficult topic, yes? How we make respect to civil society a truly European, meaning cross-partisan value. So if anybody has some ideas that can be expressed in between 1 and 2 minutes on that topic, this would be welcome. If you don't, we'll get to our panelists to give us reflections on what was said and some conclusions, but please, we need fresh ideas on this point. Civil society, respect for civil society cannot depend on the outcome of election, whether our side wins 51% or the other side wins 51%. This is madness. Any thoughts, any comments, protestations, postulates? Yes, please, Professor Witt.
My name is Renata Witt. I'm from Central European University. Hi, my name is Renata Witt. I'm partly from Central European University, and I have a question to the panel. Following up on Macei's introduction on the power asymmetry, because this power asymmetry translates into who is the real civil society. And we entered into a phase of who is more real than the other side, which turns into a mutual assassination game. So I'm really wondering, whether you have any responses to how we stop this competition and turn to the power asymmetry problem that was raised by the moderator.
Thank you. So let's incorporate it into your final remarks, but let's then, yes, maybe one or two more.
Yes, hello, I'm Carlotta Besozzi from Civil Society Europe. So I just wanted to, one of the speakers pointed out to the upcoming European civil society strategy. And I just wanted to stress and maybe have some comment backs on how to get really this strategy right so that it really produces results and it really protects and recognizes, I would say, and also supports civil society. Thank you.
Okay. And maybe one more point. I think here was, yes, yes, please. The microphone. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Klementyna Suchanov. I'm one of the activists that was active in Poland in the last years. But at the same time, I'm a researcher investigating Russian influence. And this is something, that element that we like in our conversations, because when talking about civil society, this is what Russia did at the beginning of about 2012, 2013. They contaminated the civil society platform, let's say. And this is why today we cannot recognize who's who. And we should first make this work into an effort into distinguishing which organizations, platforms, parties are contaminated, are financed by a malign actor that was mentioned. And then only we can start having a real conversation. And I'm investigating on conservative organizations, circles, religious different societies, and this is the problem, that we don't know who's the real conservative, because there are conservatives who are playing a role of conservatives for the benefits of a foreign actor, and this is our problem in nowadays. We cannot have a real conversation about the civil society without looking into the finances, for example, of the European Union that also goes into those fake civil society organizations. And this is, I think, a big challenge for us today.
Thank you so much. Actually, it relates to what Ambassador Schulerud was talking about, the foreign agents, yes? And maybe there is some space for genuine protection against genuine foreign agents. Yes? So maybe you want to start the concluding session with your thoughts on this, I think, very important point.
Yes, thank you, and extremely important issue, I think. I don't have the answer. I'm very convinced that that's why the work on a civil society strategy is so important in this time, because we see all these challenges coming together. And we know Russia is very active, and specifically before some elections in some countries where they can find disputes that they can fuel by trolling. So that's why the work on the platforms are closely linked to defending democracy. And transparency has an important role to play, and we need to understand how this is working. But I'm happy to say that one of the issues that we will work with Poland, between Norway and Poland, is actually on disinformation and malign manipulation of information. That is what I am talking about. It's extremely important, but I cannot answer. I don't have the answer, but I think it's just very important that we dive into it. Thank you.
And Director, did you want to follow up, or should I keep, because, no, Director Ratio, do you want to follow up on this? Yeah? No, okay. Okay, so maybe let's go in the reverse order with Dr. Casas Zamora with some concluding remarks.
Yeah, well, look, I don't have answers either, so, but I'm just going to say something. Some aspects of this discussion, I mean, the notion that there's good civil society and noxious civil society. Reminds me a little bit of my days as a researcher on issues of crime. I remember reading that there was all this discussion as to how social capital was supposed to be, you know, a very important thing to make societies safer. Well, it turned out, particularly in my part of the world in Latin America, that there was good social capital and bad social capital. Youth gangs were a form of collective organization that could count as social capital too. So it is very complicated. I mean, the one thing I'm going to say is that in this environment in which it is very difficult to distinguish which forms of civil society are legit and which forms of civil society are actually channeling foreign interference, we have to be very careful. If we are true to the liberal creed, we have at least to acknowledge that we need a very high burden of proof to crack down on those forms of civil society that we deem less desirable. We have to be very careful of not taking a sledgehammer to this discussion. There are forms of civic activism that I would say that everybody in this room agrees that deserve to be cracked down upon and even banned. You know, I don't know, a neo-Nazi party, you know, I agree with that. You know, we have to clamp down on that. But there are very few cases that allow for such level of clarity. So we have to be very careful if we are true to the liberal creed.
Thank you. Professor?
Yes. Thank you so much for the interventions. Well, I think that for here in Poland and also like Europe-wide, I would say that we should encourage civil society to bottom-up actions, and they should be supported by top-down actions. What I mean by top-down, it is not only European Union, but also the state authorities' actions, and they should meet somewhere. This is not exact answer to the question, but I think that it could help us to see where the real civil society is. It is bottom up, or at the bottom, and we should create or encourage the groups to take the actions. As for this assassination game, I think that there are some research on that, how to stop this, but they are not led by law scholars, but rather by psychologists and sociologists. And these findings could be helpful to how to organize legal actions to stop this game. And also, I think that I have the third and the last observation that I am not sure about whether those organizations that you mentioned are conservative or rather illiberal. I think that we should also consider illiberalism as a very important part of our reality, because conservative, they think about or they try to restore what we have, but what is at the core of illiberalism, it is the destruction. Yes, so this is why this is my thought on that we should also consider the illiberalism. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rautier, please, the final words.
I wish I had final words. Perhaps I still continue on the Democracy Shield, because, of course, Fundamental Rights Agency as an EU body will hopefully contribute to both democracy's shield, which I agree totally that it has to be also looking inside. If it's only looking at external threats, then we are missing an opportunity. And then closely connected the civil society strategy. It is difficult in fairly nuanced situations such as rule of law at the national level to fully understand everything at the EU level. I felt that very strongly when I was working on rule of law issues in Finland, that, you know, when you listen in the parliament to discussions and you hear things sort of evolving, it's difficult to give those signals to Brussels. I think and rule of law as such was maybe more difficult tool to work with for human rights actors and civil society. I believe the democracy issue is somewhat easier because I don't think there's anybody who can argue that you can have democracy without having, you know, human rights, fundamental freedoms, participation. So I think it's a great opportunity because we have to connect still democracy, rule of law, fundamental rights, keep them together. But I think there are great tools at the national level, of course, the legislation, but also at the EU level. Apart from these new tools or programs, we have the Digital Services Act. If fully implemented, it can counter at least some of the hate. I think the sort of misogynist hate was mentioned. FRA also has done research on that. So we should use the existing tools in a robust manner and not to start bending back to the pressures coming from outside, I think in particular from the US on some of the issues, and really use those tools. So I think we can still, you know, combat this downward spiral, but it does require a lot of smart thinking and using every opportunity at every level, from EU level to the national, local level, including civil society fully in these activities.
So in 60 minutes, we, I think, asked many important, difficult questions, and I particularly appreciate that the panelists were very honest when they were saying, I don't know the answer, because these are difficult questions. Now, what I would say, as a proud progressive, that the reality that we are facing is Europe is made of both progressives and conservatives, and will be for the foreseeable future. And if we want the civil society and the rule of law to be truly European values, those values must reflect certain bipartisan, cross-ideological consensus around those values. And let's work together to get there one way or the other. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the inspiring discussion. Right now we have time for the coffee break. The next panel will start 12:15. Enjoy and see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are going to begin next panel in a moment. So, welcome back. We now begin the second panel of today's conference, which is entitled Civil Society as a Part of the European Democracy Shield. Civil society plays a key part as the European Democratic Shield, a set of European Union measures to protect and strengthen democracy in member states. In the face of growing threats, such as disinformation, external interference, and erosion of the rule of law, the EU stresses that active citizens and independent social organizations are the foundation of democratic resilience. As a result, civil society serves as an early warning against the erosion of democratic values and is a partner in their defense. Participants in this debate on this topic are Yves Guiri, Director at the European Institutions Office of the Amnesty International, Ewa Kulik-Bielińska, member of the board of the Stefan Batory Foundation, Julien Mounier, Director for Rule of Law, Fundamental Rights and Democracy at Directorate General for Justice and Consumers at the European Commission, Lisa Lipa-Costa, Minister of Justice and Digital Affairs of the Republic of Estonia, and Jakub Wygnański, Chair of Shipyard Foundation. And the panel will be moderated by Ignacy Niemczycki, Secretary of State at the Chancellery of the Prime Minister of Poland.
Right. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for coming here. I really appreciate your presence. I really appreciate the minister's presence here with us. And I think we do have a very interesting panel ahead of us today. I'm actually quite thrilled. My background is in civil society organizations, so usually I would sit on the other side of the panel. But on a serious note, I think we are in very interesting times. We see that a number of member states are cutting funding for civil society organizations. We see our friends across the Atlantic cutting funding for civil society organizations, and we feel here in Poland, but also as a presidency, that the EU needs to send a strong signal to all those organizations that proved essential during the pandemic, during the refugee crisis, during the Ukrainian, after Russian invasion on Ukraine. That's why, as a presidency, we also decided to put forward a proposal for Council conclusions on the role of civil society organizations and on the democratic shield that the European Commission will be publishing later this year. And our hope is that with the conclusions, but also with the discussions that we will be having here today, will give input to European Commission's work. So I'm very thrilled that we can kick this panel off with more information on the European democratic shield that the Commission is working on. And Julien, if you could tell us a bit more about the civil society aspect in the proposal that you will be putting forward, I understand, later this year. Just a quick remark to all panelists. We are pressed for time, so I will be kindly reminding you of the 3 minutes mark. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure for me to be here. I think it's quite a symbolic location to be here in Warsaw for someone like me who worked with you, with a lot of you in this room for the last 15 years on the rule of law. I think that we all see that the geopolitics is getting quite scary, but there can be also elements where we can be a bit upbeat, and talking about rule of law and democracy in this very location is one of these. So really, thanks a lot for inviting me, and I think I will just catch up a little bit on what previous speakers have said. First of all, I think that we have to see the kind of democratic and rule of law ecosystem as a whole. So part of the actions that the Commission intends to propose this year is the Democracy Shield, but there is also a civil society strategy in the making. We have also, with our friends from the Fundamental Rights Agency, and I've seen Sirpa before, working, of course, on the Charter's report. And then there is also our Rule of Law report, which will be adopted now in July this year, where there is a very strong component also on the civil society. So here it will not come as a surprise to you if I tell you that the Commission has always felt that the civil society is essential for upholding the rule of law, for the democratic checks and balance. Also, it is, unfortunately, I must say, often the canary in the mine, meaning that when things start to go sideways for the civil society, it's not good news for rule of law, for democracy, and for fundamental rights. So in our work as European Commission, of course, we associate a lot the civil society to our reflection. If I take the example of the Rule of Law report, we consult a lot with them in all of the member states, but also with the umbrella organizations in Brussels. Here also I must say that it is one of our many partners, because sometimes I hear criticism in some capitals that we give too much importance to the view of the civil society or the stakeholders. I would not agree with that. I think we listen to everybody, we make up our mind, and if you see also sometimes the civil society reaction to our report, they say, well, Commission, you should have said this or that and said more. So I think that it's also important at a moment of a shrinking civic space not to be afraid of criticism. And I see sometimes in my contact with member states a bit of fear that there would be some criticism. I think we should not be afraid. I think we should be able to engage. Coming back to the shield, so you know it has been announced by our president in our political guidelines last year and entrusted to Commissioner McGrath, my boss, who gave an address, I think, this morning. This is not coming out of the blue. For those of you who have followed the topic, we had a democracy action plan under the previous mandate of President von der Leyen, as well as a defense of democracy package. So why all these packages coming with all this, I would say, strong names? Because the situation requires some strong answer. And the situation also is multiform. So what you will see in the shield, of course, now it's at an early stage of a reflection, of consultation. You can all participate, by the way. And it will be adopted, I think, at some point after the summer. But what you will see is that we try to look at all elements of the situation. The negative one, the threats, the risks, but also the positive one, what we can do also to build democratic resilience, to build civic engagement. And on all these accounts, civil society is a key player. If you look at one of the first elements that we intend to cover, it's on disinformation, foreign interference, manipulation. Here, the role of the civil society is multiform. It can be fact checkers, it can be people who are monitoring what is going on social media. And here I can only echo what the previous speakers have said about this kind of new agora that we have with the social media. It is something which can really pollute the public debate with a very high level of toxicity. And here we need the participation of civil society as fact checker. They can also be, essential relay to spot disinformation campaigns. If I take the more mainstream in English in big media, this will come very quickly to the attention. Something which is in less spoken language or more alternative form of media, you might not necessarily see that. Here I want also to add one small thing on the...
1 minute left.
Okay, then I will really speed up and I will leave my reflection for later. So other elements will be on media. where there is also an essential aspect in keeping pluralistic media in the democratic ecosystem. We will, of course, do a lot on support and defense of the civil society itself, partly in the shield, but also in the civil society strategy, where I hope we will be able to start a public consultation very, very soon. And then there was also an element mentioned before, which I think is very important and where civil society can also play a great role, is all about participative democracy, about outreach at local level, where often they are really the best relay. And so let me maybe finish then with the reflection I had about whether there are, good or bad civil society. I think the main thing is transparency. So when you are looking, for example, at one proposal the Commission made last year on foreign interest representation, it is not targeting civil society. It is targeting any entity who engage in the representation of a foreign interest. So if it is a media, then it is a media. If it's a PR company, if it's a lobbyist, if it's civil society, the idea here is not to prevent anything, but just to be transparent. And that, for me, is really the key word. So I hope I kept my time more or less. More or less, okay.
More or less. Thank you so much for the introduction. And we'll be discussing the democracy shield here today to a great extent. And I wanted to ask Kuba Wygnański about the Polish experience during the rule of law backsliding in Poland in recent years. The civil society organizations played a key, an essential role. So drawing from this and in recognition of the role of civil society organizations, also the Prime Minister has established an Office of Minister for Civil Society. But my question to you is what lessons learned from the Polish experience, how this would influence the future shape of the democracy field? 3 minutes, Kuba.
Nice, Ignacio. Give me 3 minutes and then trying to torture with your question. Yeah, I have some thoughts, and I was trying to, to kind of prepare for this kind of a list of things which I would love to say. It will be plenty of time to speak about the kind of a Polish experience and the part of that is that the government creates its own office, which from the certain point of view might look like oxymoronic that the government has a civil society office. But obviously it's not that easy. But it might be both very helpful, might be also harmful. There's a very kind of a intriguing relation between the government and the civil society, I think is a big part of that conversation. What I would say, having those 2 minutes, it's basically that and having very small span of your probably kind of attention. First is this whole concept of time, I guess, which was already mentioned, that we are rediscovering time. First of all, that the things might reappear, time might circulate and wants to repeat itself. And the second is that we discovered that the process of democratization, building civil society, whatever, there was several kind of diagnoses. The most famous, I guess, is this Dahrendorf 60 years to build civil society. But then we discovered that this is something which basically has this kind of up and down mechanism, and then we covered too late in a sense, that if you do not, if you do not take care of democracy, if you like, it easily trap itself in a suicidal tendencies. And that's the one thing to know, whether we defend democracy or escape as soon as possible. And in that sense of being provocative is a question of what kind and what quality of democracy. First of all, I think I want to address that it's not just voting, it's vote and voice. I think a lot of it's not only election. Second, I think it was already elaborated that civil society is a much bigger concept than the basic third sector and its institution. You can calculate them, but basically number of NGOs, it has a weak correlation with the quality of civil society in the normative sense. There are many other, phenomena, especially recently, of non-organized people, people, robots, and this kind of ecosystem of civil society is much more kind of complicated than simply a set of institutions. I think that there is a certain level of urgency right now. I think yesterday I read Reuters who's saying that I don't know, it will be not diplomatic to say a lunatic from the other side of the ocean, but basically is a plan to revoke tax incentives for the organizations, not only Harvard, but many other IRC 503C, whatever. So basically Europe has to very much be focused on this kind of survival on its own, in a sense, resources. I mean, Norway was giving a good, 10% is a decent thing in terms of we think about our, how to say, being prepared, if you like. Poland is going to spend 180 million for the helicopters and all that stuff. The question is how much you're going to invest in something which is probably, in terms of a total defense, which is very well-known doctrine, total defense. But the total defense is not only shooting. I think especially in Finland, they understand the education as probably the most important kind of a molecular, if you like, a shield, exactly the shield. And so we should think more about this kind of a software, not only hardware type of the equipment, if you like. Democracies, I would mention and provoke you by saying that, yeah, democracy can commit suicide, and that's what we're witnessing right now. So in order to save that thing, we should also think, I coined the term, which is not very original, that you have effortless democracy, which is suicidal, which means that it means only on your perception of your own interest and your emotions. And you have something which is not effortless, but is much more demanding. Already was mentioning those concepts of, for example, this deliberative model, which basically means that you select people by lot. And they spend several times trying to understand what is the concept of republica, if you like. What is beyond my own interest? I'm not consumer, I'm a citizen. And I think this whole concept of civil and civic society is extremely important. And the question is whether Europe, I assume, whether the Europe is ready to basically switch a gear in the sense of not being really kind of understanding that democracy is not to be shield only, but democracy is both part of a risk, but also, especially in the time of militarizing society. We witnessed it 100 years ago, whether democracy, civil society, capacity to improvise, being different, inclusive, is a sort of your strength or a source of your weakness. And I think it is a choice which has to be made kind of radically with all necessary consequences, including resources, including institutional experiments, which might prove that democracy can really survive. Otherwise, we have to park it and go to the traditional democracy, chaos, tyranny, democracy, chaos, tyranny. If we want to escape from that thing, we have to, act right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuba. And you told me yourself before the panel I have to be tough with time, so next round I will. So, dear Minister, we'll be talking about the financial aspects later on, but right now I wanted to draw conclusions from the experiences of different member states. And I understand and I see that Estonia has been very successful in countering foreign disinformation. But what is very intriguing for me is also how do you deal with internal the disinformation that comes from internal sources. And I know that your government has been working on media literacy in schools, and I think this is the experience that we could build on. So my question to you would be, given your experience with also education, how would you try and influence the future shape of the democracy field?
Thank you so much, and thank you, Adam, for inviting me here. It's really an honor to be here. And I remember when we first met, then my first note in my notebook was, Adam, really enthusiastic about rule of law and civil society organizations. So thank you again. So let me first give you a context. So Estonia regained its independence in 1991, and immediately after that, Kremlin started aggressively attacking us with false information, with aggressive propaganda against Estonia and our independence. The same happened actually towards Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, etc. So we have constantly been in the situation where our minds are attacked. Estonia also has a special position in the history of cybersecurity. 2007, Estonia got an attack from Russia, and it was a first full-scale attack to towards an independent country organized by another country. So it's considered to be the beginning of the cyber wars. So within this situation, yes, we have some practical examples. I will be very quick to explain some of them. You mentioned education. Yes, we have obligatory media literacy education actually already from kindergartens. Of course, in the form that is suitable for the children. But the most important that we have at upper secondary level, and that is obligatory from 2021, and that is the psychological defense. So in addition to media literacy, we also teach the psychological defense. You mentioned the total defense concept. That is a part of this. And now a very important thing that I have to underline. We all understand that if it would be only the government and the official school system to explain what a psychological defense is, that won't work. We absolutely need civil society organizations to cooperate with schools to validate the basic concept. It's not possible without, because when we are talking about information and misinformation, then we are talking about right and wrong. And of course, when it's only government talking about what is right and wrong, it is not trustworthy, and it might not be true, as we know from very many examples. So now the civil society organizations step in, and within these school curriculums, we have also written that schools are very much pushed to work with civil society organizations with this media literacy and psychological defense. For example, the civil society organization even organize, which are very popular, organize summer camps for school children to concentrate on cybercrimes, cybersecurity, media literacy, and psychological defense. And these are very, very popular among families and kids because they combine sports, nice places, and the knowledge. And they are all based on NGOs, which is wonderful, I would say. The second thing where we have extremely good, I would say, trust and cooperation with NGOs is the issues about the crimes of communism and the crimes of imperialism. Not only that we see now in Ukraine, but also what we have all seen in our history. So it's not, it's all our countries that have tremendously suffered under communist crimes, and it's really the non-government organizations that keep this alive, that we really have to punish all of this, and that should never be true again. So, and the crimes should never be forgotten. And the third thing that I would like to underline is the rather successful Estonian digital state. And that is actually fully grounded on trust, so that the government trusts its citizens, and the government trusts private entities, and the government trusts the NGOs. The trust is built up in an organized way. For example, we have a very hard push from NGOs for the data literacy, open data, and data transparency. So, for example, we have a mobile phone app, and every citizen of Estonia can check very easily from a mobile phone app which government authority has ever taken any look on its data, but also if it's non-governmental, you can also control who has looked at your personal data. It might be a doctor, it might be a teacher, whatever, you see always a track. So that is where we build transparency and we build trust. And again, I have to underline, we have 100% of our services, state services in Estonia are digitalized and accessible via internet, mobile phone. We have even e-voting. So you now can already imagine how big issue of trust this is and how important it is that the non-governmental organization have full access to all the codes that are transparent, that they have full access to control everything, for example, with the e-voting. And that is this full access and the mutual trust and the mutual acceptance of collaboration is that ensures that everything goes smoothly and we can, despite of our small size, be resilient in a broader scale and in this extremely harmful geopolitical situation.
Thank you so much, Minister. And for me, what you said is very much about trust, also trust between citizens and the state. And as you said, and I fully subscribe to this, the government is not the one to say what is right, what is wrong. And that's why we also need civil society organizations on board. But for them to function properly, they need financing. And financing was mentioned a couple of times here already. And this round of questions will be about financing. And I wanted to ask Eva Kulik-Bielinska about the financial aspect. So from your perspective, what are the biggest challenges that civil society organizations face today, but including small local CSOs operating in rural areas? How can EU contribute to their development? And do the tools that we already have, like the SERF program, are they enough? Are they best fit for this purpose? Do we need some other instruments? Thank you.
Thank you, Mel. You started the question about the challenges, but you already somehow pointed out that I should talk about money. Doesn't mean that I believe that money and funds are the biggest challenge. It's probably one of the needs, but the biggest challenge that I see for the civil society in Europe, everywhere, not only in Europe, globally, is basically the fact that the role is being more and more questioned, that there are being subverted and undermined and delegitimized, and not only in Central Eastern Europe, not only in Slovakia, when nowadays the civil society organizations are being under serious pressure, investigated and harassed and being accused of preparing coup d'etat against Fico government, not only in Hungary, that we are really admiring how the civil society in Hungary is persevering through all these years under a very severe attack, with the Prime Minister calling them and the independent media bedbugs that should be exterminated, eliminated before the Easters. This is this kind of language that is present in the public debate that is encouraging others to continue with the hate speech and the attacks on the civil society organizations and the civil society as such. So, but with what's happening right now in the United States, and with one of the big advisors of the current president having the interview in which he's openly calling for elimination of civil society organizations because, you know, their presence is basically undermining democracy. Without them, our well-being will be much better. And this is kind of encouragement that is, I'm afraid, making, you know, other autocrats in other countries really believing that they can pursue this road. And for us, especially in Poland, where we have very tight and ties with our Atlantic ally, it is rather scary, especially when you look, and here I come to money, that suddenly overnight, with the executive order of the President of the United States, many organizations that were providing support, direct support to the Ukrainian refugees in Poland, overnight became without any money. And those that were so much involved and engaged, and thank you for all this recognition of the role of civil society organizations during these 8 years of law and justice in power, and respecting or seeing that it was thanks to them that many bad things that were being prepared did not happen, and those that did happen, some of them were a little bit milder than they could be because of this strong determination and fight of the civil society in Poland. So yes, talking about money, Ingrid Scholerud mentioned that Norwegian government, together with Iceland and Liechtenstein, decided to earmark 10% of the contribution to cohesion policy in the EU countries, earmarked 10% of the budget for civil society. And my question to the representative of the European Commission is how much money is earmarked for civil society in the EU budget? CERF, that we are now praising so much here, Citizen Equality, Rights and Values Program. And here again, I want to remind that this was the initiative of civil society in Poland to start advocate for this changing paradigm and introducing the program that will not only fund projects cross-border, which is very important, those that are building, European identity and encourage networking and partnership with the countries, with the civil society in the countries of the European Union. That what's a problem is that democracy is under attack and undermined everywhere in the member states, and maybe some members should go also to the grassroots organizations in the member states to help them promote democracy and European values on the ground. So this European value instrument, that's how we called it originally, what was initiated in Poland, and then woman who was the author of the policy paper on it, Katarzyna Pełczyńska-Nałęcz, was the employee of Battery Foundation at that time. Now she's the Minister of Regional Funds and Development. So the CERF, it's only 0.15% of the budget that is in direct management. The report of the auditors that I read recently that was being presented as attack on civil society organizations that are non-transparent, are misusing the funds. And the truth is this report is a praise for civil society. It's basically accusing some of the, not too much accusing, but pointing out, indicating that maybe some of the due diligence that is supposed to be made by the European Commission officials is not in place. So in this report, we say it's only 4%. So yes, what we need now, what we need really, here I agree with Kuba, that this is time that calls for urgency to defend democracy, to protect democracy, to build democratic resilience. We really need to think in terms of how we can help societies in Europe to maintain democracy, to become beacon of democracy, because this is really a serious chance for the European project to demonstrate to the world that we can survive, and you need civil society for that. And in order to help civil society build this democratic resilience from the grass, against foreign interference, but also domestic interference, against big tech that is really making a lot of harm to our young people, but not only. You need to invest money. You need to also create enabling environment, not only invest money, but also finally, at least in Poland, really to make a big campaign on philanthropy. Individual philanthropy. Why these 8 years were possible and civil society organizations were not totally suppressed? Because we just managed, before Law and Party took power, to introduce two very important laws. Law on association that allowed citizens much easier come together and establish associations, and another one, we liberalize fundraising. We managed to persuade our, at that time, president and the Minister of Digital Services to introduce very liberal law on fundraising, which allowed organizations, when the Law and Justice Party came to power, fundraise without any limits from the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. And I think that it's quite clear that the next question goes to the European Commission. And Dr. Mounier, if you could tell us a bit more about the financial aspect of the Democracy Shield. And do you think the Democracy Shield will address any of the financial constraints faced by civil society in the EU? How does it plan to facilitate access to granting procedures from smaller CSOs and a balanced distribution of funds in all member states?
I think the big discussion now on funds is more on the future of the multi-annual financial framework. And here also there is a public consultation, which I think is still running or was running until very shortly, where I would really strongly invite you to participate. But here, I want also, I cannot, give any kind of forecast on figures or anything like that. But the finances are dire for the time being. So if what was in serve is considered as not good enough, brace for impact, because that may be much worse. So which means also that there is a need to discuss with all the actors at national, at European level, and with our partners also, immediate friends directly outside of the EU. I'm looking at you, Norway, to find also other ways. Because if you look, for example, at the rule of law report, we have a pillar on checks and balance that's also looking at the situation of the civil society and assessing also national measures. Some of them are restrictive to the civic space, some of them are aimed at cutting funds as a way to punish dissidents, if I can say, and that's something, of course, that we as Commission are strongly against. But some others are also looking at ways on how to support a civil society by other forms than grants, just because they are cut all over the place. So that, I think, is a very important part of the reflection also in the MFF. In the civil society strategy that we are coming with. But what I want to conclude on is that for the European Commission, it is essential that there are ways to continue to fund the civil society. And here that's really part of the reflection, but which is, of course, at a very early stage.
Thank you. That's tough news, I guess, but I wanted to move on to EU engagement in neighborhood. Our neighborhood was mentioned a couple of times, and we have today with us Eve Geddy from Amnesty International. And from your perspective, what are the biggest challenges faced today by civil society in Europe's neighborhood, and what obviously would be the consequence of the withdrawal of US aid? And what should be the most efficient response of the EU and European civil society in that situation?
Thank you very much for the invitation. So across the neighbourhood, we really see human rights defenders and civil society activists who are advancing human rights reforms. They're holding their authorities to account, and they're producing evidence-based research. Yet more and more we see that in doing this work, they are increasingly risking their freedom and even their lives. In the neighbourhood, and of course in some parts of the EU itself, civil society are really facing the opposite of an enabling environment. We're seeing stigmatization, surveillance, insecurity, and violence. Some are criminalized for showing solidarity with refugees and migrants. Others face torture or other ill treatment for peacefully protesting. We see activists prosecuted for supporting access to safe and legal abortion. And human rights reporting and work is often labeled as fake news, or in some cases even resulting in charges for terrorism. So there's a clear trend of governments restricting civic space, often coupled with erosion of judicial independence and media freedom. And I think it's really important to remember that shrinking civic space is both a symptom and an enabler of authoritarianism. Let's not forget that Russia's suppression of its own civic space in the 10 years before its illegal full-scale invasion of Ukraine is a textbook example of this. Russia's 2012 foreign agents law signaled the beginning of the end for Russian civil society, as authorities targeted those working on environment, with migrants and refugees, with LGBTI people, and working against torture. And today, Russia's blueprint foreign agents law has extended to Georgia, Kyrgyzstan, and closer to home, to Hungary and Slovakia. So the promotion of traditional so-called family-oriented values has also led to a retreat of gender rights and attack on LGBTI organizations. And today we find ourselves in a neighborhood in which, unfortunately, war has become the new normal. So when it comes to authoritarianism, and I'll also make the canary in the mine analogy here, civil society is that canary, and if we care about our values, we really have to care about the challenges and address the challenges that they face. On the US aid withdrawal, I mean, more broadly, it's left civil society worldwide with severe funding shortfalls, and it's meant that they and the communities they serve are really working in a deep uncertainty of the future. In the neighborhood, it's no exaggeration to say it's created an existential crisis for thousands of NGOs. Marginalized communities will suffer, and the risk of impunity, instability, and unrest will increase. And I think Ukrainian civil society are a case in point. They've been playing a key role in supporting the people of Ukraine. Many are documenting violations committed by the Russian Federation so that those responsible can one day be brought to justice. And here, US aid cuts are jeopardizing crucial civil society efforts to document violations, to support victims, to facilitate the rehabilitation and reintegration of war veterans, support people with disabilities, and promote health, relief, recovery, and reconstruction assistance. Now, looking south to MENA, there we see the impact of US aid freeze has been largely in the development sector. On human rights work, it's been limited mainly to Morocco, Tunisia, and the GCC. So across that region, it's really important to say that EU and member states funding to MENA is very important. So to conclude, it's clear that the EU has to act and other donors, I would add, have to act very, very swiftly. Firstly, it's really important to support human rights and rule of law programs, which are critical to international justice and accountability. This includes countries currently struggling to overcome conflict, thinking here of Ukraine and Syria, countries in fragile transitional situations like Tunisia, and countries where in severe human rights crisis, where pursuing accountability for atrocities is critical, thinking here of Afghanistan. Secondly, looking at key issues, stepping up funding for LGBTIQ rights, sexual reproductive health care, racial justice, gender equality, to the whole sector of organizations working on transparency, access to information and media freedom, and ensure continuation of aid programs. And I think also we really look to Europe and the EU to lead a wider community of donors, and one that's committed to supporting civil society resilience as a theme. Here I'm talking about fundraising, training, strategic communications, support for digital security and other protection, and also providing funding which we would call flexible and diversified, so providing core funding with less administrative, financial and reporting obligations.
Thank you. Minister, I wanted to ask you about two countries that are very dear to both Estonia and Poland, Ukraine and Moldova. Both our governments support those countries on the way to the EU, but I wanted to ask you exactly about the democracy shield. How do you expect the democracy shield to support those countries in building democratic resilience, but also what is the role of Poland and Estonia in promoting stronger CSOs in those countries?
Thank you. So first, I'm very sorry, but I have to do a fact check. So 10 years before the war to Ukraine would be 2004. So because at 2014 March, Russia annexed Crimea, and that was the beginning of the war. There is no doubt about this. The aggression started 2014. So, sorry. Yes, the Democracy Shield, we actually have huge hopes with this. And what we have to deliver to our citizens in Europe is actually the main thing, that the democracy is protected. It's very easy to use, to attack democracy with its own tools. So there are so many possibilities for that. And you had a very good expression, suicide, on that. So we should be very clear that aggressive states that would not like to see our European values to win, these aggressive states, including Russia, are aggressively using all these possible holes. We have in Estonia, you have in Poland, and in several other countries, there are also non-governmental organizations that are financed from Russian side and that aggressively work with misinformation, having this shield of democracy on their heads as well. So this is something that we should talk very openly, that we should ensure that we have transparency in the financing from the countries that do not like our democracy, that do not like our values, and that have imperialist intentions. That is a tricky task that we all should work together in the European Union. And we don't have a room there for labeling each other. Estonia and Poland have suffered, like talking about the Russian aggression. We have got labels like post-traumatic stress disorder, or you have phantom pain, etc. So this is something that I think I really believe in European Union to tackle this in a right way. We have seen wonderful things that European Union has been doing to support Ukraine. We have been wonderful speedy changes in defense financing that we never could dream of a few years ago. So I really believe that this democracy shield that we are building all together gives us right and democratic tools to defend our values, our democracies, and to also tackle this misinformation where we are in war with Russia, but not only. And we really have to stand strong here, because we see, which has also been mentioned here for several times, we see the disinformation being spread by also democratically elected leaders. That is a huge issue where we together have to find solutions. And I really believe that Europe can do it again and again. Thank you.
Thank you. So I also wanted to open the floor for questions, but first let me give our panelists a chance for a summary or closing statements, and maybe we'll start at the other side with Kuba Wegnański. Please go ahead. Let's try and make it 2 minutes each. You have more time. You should be happy.
Okay, you promised there will be a lot of conversation with the. I don't know what I can add. I think is what should I say? Double line the questions of urgency. I think the history repeats. I think 5 years ago, if I say the Weimar Republic is a very interesting case, people will say, "Oh no, you're hysteric." I mean, it's absolutely that situation. The very constitutional experiment of Weimar Republic being basically shut down. And, you know, the number of NGOs in the Weimar Republic was the biggest in Europe at that time. So in that sense, democracy can commit suicide. That's true. And we have a problem, and we have to face the kind of a not quality, kind of a quantity-based, if you like, democracy, are very easy to do that thing, especially since we have no control over this kind of emotional landscape. You know, Greeks have a distinction of ethos, logos, and pathos. And the pathos is basically thinking emotionally. We all think emotionally. I mean, in the sense of how we react. In the sense we have to create a kind of a shield and the strength of democracy. So that's the one thing. I think Churchill in his 30s, he called it locust year, that 10 years which basically was lost. These days, basically, we have a time which is basically, in a sense, paid with the, with the military effort, blood of Ukrainians. We have a very limited time. We are not hysteric. Poland, Estonia, Baltic countries, etc. I mean, you don't have to be have a PhD on history to know that Russia, since its beginning in the 14th century, in 15th century, has the only DNA of being empire. Never invented itself in any other way. So basically, it's the only question of time, and we have no time to lose that moment. So I don't be kind of a Cassandric or hysteric, but it's really kind of a wake-up call. I mean, already from our perspective, Crimea is already taken, if you know what I mean. The time has moved, and if you compare it with the military budget, for example, okay, we have such immense growth right now. It's not even EU money, it's a national money. So if you say, okay, make a 3 helicopters, 3 helicopters will do. In sense of how much money you spend for the hardware and infrastructure, as compared to the something which is, in a sense, also the reason to fight, if you like. Why we fight is the democratic value, especially with what happened in the US. We also have completely uncalibrated the moral compass. The question whether Europe is the source of a moral compass, and it's not only European values, it's a question of whether the Europe is a value. It's not the same thing, and we have to rediscover the thing and to understand where we are in this battle. I know I have to conclude, but the last moment to say even more historically, it's a time for the kind of a Periclesian speech, but it's not necessarily that thing, but to say that democracy, again, 100 years ago, Ortega and Gasset, he wrote this book on the masses, rebellion of masses. And he said democracy will fail because the first commandment of the massive man is you shall demand more. And I think the problem is right now that we have a very trained democracy and civil society on basically about rights and about even privileges, and very weak on the other side, which is the sacrifice, which is an obligation, which is a part of the second part of this equilibrium. I mentioned Athenians because basically the same people were talking on this agora and just going straight to the field, to the battle. Is the type of the Falanga. So anyway, I think it's also a big question, who is going to die for Europe, for those values? 1/3 of all property in Spain, in France, as both by Poles, who basically are preparing themselves for the war. So this question of fight, fly, or freeze have a very interesting kind of an outcome in many countries, I think. But anyway, I know you want to, and you don't have a, but
sometimes less is more, Kuba.
Yeah, okay, less is more, that's right.
Thank you so much. I think firstly, just to come back in on the point in the 10-year reference to the Foreign Agents Law, I specifically referenced the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. I think that's a very important point to clarify. I think just in conclusion, in addition to the funding support, which is so critical from the EU, we also think there's really space for the EU and its member states to give more regular public expressions of concern over the shrinking of civil space. So aligning the practical support to NGOs through money with also the political support, calling out repressive legislation, naming policies and practices across the neighbourhood which are causing harm, raising individual cases of human rights defenders and activists, and calling for accountability at all levels. This is key really to ensuring that enabling environment we spoke about. I think it's also really important to note that Trump's, the cuts on US aid have even spurred further crackdown on civil society in the region. I'm thinking here of, in February, Serbian authorities cited Trump's allegations regarding corruption when they raided the offices of 4 US aid-funded NGOs, including the Center for Research, Transparency and Accountability. So for these organizations, and I think many across the neighborhood, the Trump administration has really dealt a double blow. They have worsened the context in which these NGOs are working, and at the same time they've reduced the resources they have at their disposal. So this really is a moment where the EU and other, I would call, values-based donors need to lead, protect the most marginalized, and really stand for the values of human rights, democracy, rule of law, and international solidarity.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you very much. I can concur with a lot of things that I've heard here. I think that from our side, from the Commission side, it's clear that we see this democracy shield as a whole of society approach, starting with education, starting with grassroots movement, but also having the involvement of all the actors in the member states and at European level. So here, of course, it's very good also that we have the Polish presidency who is very committed also to supporting the reflection on the shield. So it is really a very good momentum. But the momentum also that needs to be supported by all the member states, by the European Parliament, by all the actors, if we want it to be really successful. And here, coming back to, I would say, my bit blunt statement on the funds, I think it's the reality that we have to think about. That we are at a moment of shrinking resources, and that we will all together have also to make the point to the co-legislators about the importance of granting a sufficient budget in support of the civil society as a supporter and a helper of the society at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Eva.
I will pick up where you stopped, because that's exactly what I wanted to say. We do not need money for civil society. We need money for defense of democracy. And when we are talking about the democracy shield, this is new priorities and new challenges. So SERF is not enough to answer it. It's already peanuts when you compare, even in Poland, how much SERF programs, what was the volume of SERF programs in Poland in comparison with EA grants. Again, sorry, I don't want to shame us, because I'm feeling myself, European patriot. And I think it's a time for European patriotism. And being European patriot, I believe we need to understand that we are not asking for money for civil society. We are telling you that really this is the moment of urgency. Either we defend our democracy and we are gone. And in order to have democracy vibrant, everybody in the previous panel was saying that, civil society is a prerequisite of democracy. There is no democracy without civil society. So what I'm saying is much more money for SERF, and apart from that, fund for building democracy resilience. And this is peanuts when you compare to how much money is spent for military, how much money is spent for other elements. And of course, talking about other instruments, I don't think that we have to forget that they are there, but they are not enough. Maybe we have streamlined them. We have to basically think about it in horizontal terms. We have to also think about the media. We have to change up a paradigm. Media, trustworthy media in public interest, they will die. There's no other business model right now if we are not going to help them. We should treat the media like theaters. We should treat media like museum. There should be public money also supporting media if you want democracy to survive. We need both civil society and we need independent media. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Closing statements.
I fully agree with what has been said. Just for the closing words, nothing positive. We are within the war against our minds. So this is what is actually ongoing already for some time, and already we might say from the at least 14th century. That is also true, absolutely. And to win constantly this war against our minds, we have to do something from every morning until late night. And we can't survive without the trust between civil society, citizens, and governments. So this triangle is an absolutely required to be successful within this war that is targeted against our minds.
Thank you. So I think we are almost on time. So we do have a chance to ask one or two questions from the audience. So if there are questions, please raise your hands. There's a question over there. Could we ask somebody from the staff? Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Thanks. Thank you very much. My name's Kirsty McCourt from the Civil Liberties Union for Europe. Thank you very much for all the discussions and for also raising all the different elements that civil society contribute to, whether that's reporting, monitoring, and also, as Eve and others were saying, as the canary, as the front line. I think what we haven't mentioned is the protection of civil society, and what we're increasingly seeing, as was also highlighted, the attacks against civil society, whether that's stigmatization, smear campaigns, criminalization, foreign agent laws. And yet there's nowhere where civil society within the EU and individual human rights defenders can go to report an attack and to seek urgent assistance. So we know that in Council conclusions, in some of the follow-up to EU Council conclusions, there are some lines on the protection of civil society. And we were also speaking, myself and a couple of others, on a panel in PACE in Strasbourg 2 weeks ago about a protection mechanism for civil society. The protection of journalists was mentioned, the protection of lawyers and the new convention was just mentioned, but there's a huge gap in between for human rights defenders who are often accidental defenders in many ways, just protecting their own communities. There's no protection for them, and so we hope that that can be considered in the Democracy Shield, in the civil society strategy in some way, to really ensure that, as we've all been saying, civil society can continue to play that role. Thank you.
Do we need to answer to that, or was just a...
I can only add that in the EU civil society strategy, the draft that was prepared by the civil society organizations that have been working on it already for a couple of years, there are like 4 elements, and protect is the first one, engage is the second, enable is the third, and the fourth one is support. So yes, protection and a rapid mechanism of alerting that something is going wrong, and then the protection mechanism is one of the postulates that are there.
Thank you. Minister.
One of the most important and most tricky issues that we have to find good solutions within the European Democracy Shield is how we actually protect us from the imperialist foreign interventions, saving all the good things that are out there. So to find a good balance within this is, I would say, the main task for the European Commission and for all the member states, to find a good solution there, because putting the balance into a wrong place would be harmful either way.
Thank you. Director.
And yes, if I may, I can really confirm that protection of the civil society is part of the reflection on the civil society strategy. From the Commission side, of course, we have already made proposals on strategic lawsuits against public participation, but it's just one element, of course, of the problem. So we are considering also the wider extent of protection. And here again, your answers and contribution to the consultation will be most welcome. And also, I must say that from our side, when it comes to national legislation that are restricting the civic space, when we have grounds for that, we never hesitated to start infringement procedures, and will continue to do so.
Thank you. And the last question from the floor.
Yes, Flutura Kusari, European Center for Press and Media Freedom. I have a question for the representative of the European Commission. Will the EU accession candidate countries or potential candidate countries, civil society based in this country, benefit from the Democracy Shield directly? That's the first question. And a comment, you just mentioned that the consultation is open. We hope the Commission will take very seriously the input that was provided by many international organizations, including ECPMF. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks a lot. So yes, I think the Shield, again, as I'm saying, it's at a very early stage, at a consultation stage, and of course we take very seriously whatever contributions we are receiving. If you look at its predecessor, the Democracy Action Plan, it was also looking beyond the boundaries of the European Union, so I expect that we will be doing that. It is part also of the general approach. If you look at our rule of law report, we are gradually opening it also to some of the candidate countries. I would also definitely say that some of the problems that we have seen recently in interference in elections, for example, you see copycat patterns in sometimes the member states, but sometimes some of the enlargement country or the neighborhood countries. So the problems is fairly similar. We are also inviting, for example, observers from some accession countries to our European cooperation network on elections to work together on on that. So here, I think just rest assured that something we'll take into account.
Thank you. I hope you found the discussion interesting. Just 3 keywords I take away from those discussions. First is trust, the second is urgency, and the third one is resilience. I wanted to thank my panelists. It was great to have you here. Thank you so much for coming. And I also wanted to thank Minister Adam Bodnar for having us here, and the whole team at the Ministry of Justice for putting this together. Thank you so much.
Dear panelists, thank you so much for all the reflections you've shared with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite you for the lunch break. I hope you will have also a chance to share your insights about today's conference behind the scene. We will meet here at 2:20, and I also want to inform you that the lunch is being served on both sides of the lobby. So yeah, enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will begin in 2 minutes. Tak, zaczynać? Sorry. Okay. We are now going to begin the third panel entitled Effectiveness of Tools to Protect Journalists and Human Rights Defenders Participating in Public Debate. The EU and other European institutions are introducing a number of mechanisms to protect from abusive lawsuits aimed at frightening or silencing active citizens. Crucial in this regard are the EU Anti-SLAPP Directive, as well as the recommendations of the Council of Europe. Although these instruments have shown positive effects, their effectiveness depends on the implementation at the national level. Cooperation with social organizations and real political will to defend a public sphere free from violence and repression. These issues will be discussed by Simona Granata Mangini, the Secretary of the Venice Commission, Flutura Kozari, Senior Legal Advisor at the European Center for Press and Media Freedom, Iver Orstevik, Senior Advisor at Rafta Foundation for Human Rights, and Philip Tremblay, Director of the Office of the OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media. And the panel will be moderated by Paulina Milewska from the European University Institute in Florence.
First of all, I would like to thank Ministry of Justice and especially the Minister of Justice, Adam Modnar, for organizing this timely and important panel. Before giving the floor to the panelists, I would like to say a few words of the introduction. As Professor Eric Heinz argued in his book, The Most Human Right, the freedom of expression is the fundamental right, without which the very concept of a right makes no sense, because freedom of expression allows citizens to claim other rights publicly and fearlessly. In other words, without it, it would be extremely hard for the civil society to fight for the rule of law. And the impact and importance of the voice of civil society was today brilliantly described by Professor Foro Bogdandi. It is important to underline that we meet here in a very specific moment in history, when after the assault on the journalists and human rights defenders in the US, Europe is the most populated place where the freedom of expression is still very much protected. We have to work to preserve what we have, so the freedom of expression, and right now in this panel we will talk about it. I would like to just say that I'm extremely proud that we will discuss it in Warsaw, Poland, so the place that since 2015, for 8 years, was a complicated place for human rights defenders and journalists to use their freedom of expression, their experience all of the assaults, such as slaps, such as the use of surveillance of the spyware, and verbal and physical threats. And right now, it's a place where the government and the Ministry of Justice is working on the tools to protect both human rights defenders and journalists against this threat now and in the future. The first question will be to Flutura Kozari. And I would like to talk with you about slaps. As it's underlined by the European Union and by different reports, slaps in recent years are one of the most worrying threats against journalists. And I would like you to share with us, based on your experience with working with the Case Coalition and legal advocacy, where do we stand right now in terms of addressing the threat of slaps, and what are the key victories here, and what are still the issues that we have to work on?
Test, yes, it's working. Thank you very much. Is it working? Because yes, okay. It's good. So, dear Paulina, dear all, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, Minister, for having this conference and for inviting me. Before I go into the topic of slaps, allow me to say how inspiring is to see the importance the Polish government places on the role of civil society in protecting the rule of law. I wish we would have more governments following this example. Dialogue between governments and civil society is key to democracy. Unfortunately, we are increasingly seeing governments not only closing doors to civil society and the media, but also engaging in procedural maneuvers to avoid dialogue, accountability, and the inclusion of civil society in decision-making. This conference and the topic itself is both timely and extremely important, considering the well-orchestrated and carefully designed strategies employed by many political parties and governments across Europe to undermine civil society, media freedom, and the role of journalists in the civil society and democratic society. Platforms monitoring media freedom in Europe, such as Mapping Media Freedom and the Council of Europe platform on the safety of journalists, show a continued deterioration of media freedom across the continent. The nature of threats has evolved and now appears in more dangerous forms. In the past, many of the cases we documented in these platforms involved physical threats. Today, the pressure is more systematic. The actions or inactions of state institutions have created an ecosystem that is far more dangerous and much more difficult to address. In addition to physical threats and other types of threats, new forms of intimidation have emerged, including slaps. Strategic lawsuits against public participation, known as slaps, are situations where legislation, procedures, and lawsuits are used to intimidate journalists and public watchdogs. For non-lawyers following this panel, here is what a slap looks like in practice. A journalist reports on how Russia successfully bypasses Western sanctions and uses European waters to transport goods. In response to that reporting, Russia-based law firms began sending strongly worded legal letters demanding that media outlets change, delete, or even completely remove the article. This is what happened to Danwatch in Denmark 2 months ago. These threats are baseless and empty, but still very effective. They force journalists to hire lawyers, to spend time and resources in responding, and cause psychological pressure. I will not give more examples of slaps, as we are in Poland, where slaps are a well-known concept, having been used, not entirely successfully, over the years against journalists and civil society actors as a weapon to silence them. I remember how shocked I was when we at ECPMF realized that Gazeta Wyborcza was facing over 50 defamation lawsuits years ago, a number that has only increased over time. Slaps are a serious threat to media freedom and democracy. Their only goal is to silence the press and hide corruption and abuse of power. The issue of slaps only began receiving the attention it deserved after the assassination of Daphne Caruana Galizia in Malta. At the time of her death, she was facing around 50 active defamation cases. Her story sparked political discussions within the European institutions, and members of the European Parliament began looking for ways to counter slaps. However, it was the Coalition Against Slaps in Europe, known as CASE, the largest anti-slap movement in Europe, that ultimately succeeded in convincing the EU and Council of Europe to propose and adopt a directive and recommendation. Now we have legal instruments in place to fight slaps. This is a major victory for civil society and the media, but ultimately for the democracy itself. The next crucial step is for national governments and parliaments to act. They must transpose these instruments into national laws and policies. With just 1 year left for the EU member states and Council of Europe member states to complete the transposition, we're already seeing encouraging initiatives across Europe. Malta has transposed the EU directive on SLAPs. Poland is in the process of doing so and has a good draft in place. Romania's government is actively working on it. Slovenia and Ireland are also making progress. In Belgium, civil society has published a model law. Croatia has set up a government working group. Bulgaria is taking similar steps. In Kosovo, judges have drafted a chapter on SLAPs for the upcoming Code of Civil Procedure. In the Netherlands, the government has made concrete proposals for transposition. And in Scotland, the government has launched a public consultation. In addition to these developments, the Council of Europe has published a regional baseline assessment that provides concrete recommendations on how to transpose Council of Europe and EU standards in Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Serbia. And the publication is available online. Now, these developments are very welcome and show growing momentum across the continent. However, it's not enough to pass legislation for the sake of passing legislation. I will conclude with several suggestions that I believe could help. First and foremost, government and other public authorities working on implementation of anti-SLAPP standards should consider the standard established by the Council of Europe and the EU as minimum requirements and strive for the highest and strongest protection of public participation. They should work on implementing and transposing both instruments simultaneously to ensure protection not only against cross-border SLAPs, but also against domestic and other types of SLAPs. Case research shows that only 10% of cases are cross-border SLAPs, so transposing the EU directive alone should be avoided when possible. The Council of Europe recommendation is the most comprehensive anti-SLAPP instrument, and governments should make full use of it. Next, civil society and independent experts should be included, not excluded, as we have some examples already in the EU member states, especially during the drafting of the legislation. Their expertise can only help governments. Judges, prosecutors, lawyers, police officers, and journalists must be trained to implement the standards effectively. The Council of Europe has launched a comprehensive training curriculum on countering the use of SLAPs, consisting of 9 modules that can be delivered in 3 to 5 days training. I strongly encourage academies of justice and other responsible institutions to contact the Council of Europe and request these trainings. The European Centre for Press and Media Freedom and the Coalition Against SLAPs in Europe are launching the European Anti-SLAPP Monitor, an online tool that will track how governments across Europe are implementing Council of Europe and EU standards on anti-SLAPP. A 5-star model will be used to assess the quality of legislation and procedures introduced as part of this implementation. And finally, as we work towards transposition and implementation, SLAPs have not stopped. They continue to be used. Therefore, documenting SLAPP cases and supporting victims remain crucial tool in defending public participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question is to Iver Orstavik. The RAFTO Foundation has a long-standing history of supporting human rights defenders working under repressive regimes. Based on your experience, what is the most effective strategy? It can be legal, political, or practical to protect and empower defenders today. And I would also like to ask you, how can international actors better respond to these risks?
Thank you. Yeah, I got this question beforehand, and I liked it because it gave me the opportunity to communicate that I don't think it can be properly answered in that form, and that's, to me, an important insight in itself. So, I work for a relatively small human rights NGO based in Norway, supporting human rights defenders across the world. So, I'm sort of a I'm a specialist generalist. The advantage of that kind of work is that we get close to activists working under very different circumstances, and we try to make ourselves useful with whatever challenges they have. We don't specialize in litigation or political advocacy or practical support. We do a little bit of both, depending on the needs of our partners. And I think maybe the most important thing I have to say is that even though there are professional specialties and some analytical discipline in sorting problems is important and valuable, human rights defenders are people. And they're usually working in small organizations, and at least the ones that we usually interact with in rough circumstances with considerable pressure. And what matters is the sum of all things that surround them in their daily lives, right? How they survive mentally, psychologically, given all the pressures and all the constraints that they have. So they balance along an edge. Many of them, on the one side of the edge, is fear, suspicion. On the other side is confidence and trust. And my experience over the last 10 years is that more and more are pushed on the wrong side of this edge. Right? They're pushed by generally deteriorating circumstances, which now accelerate dramatically in almost everywhere in the world. I think where we sit now is the most positive place to look at democracy work and organized efforts to overcome authoritarian tendencies. It's worse everywhere else, almost. And roughly half the population of the world live in countries where circumstances are almost impossible. You can count Russia, you can count China, you can count India. The US is in rapid deterioration, and all this comes here as well. I can't think differently. Okay, so then the second point. The vulnerability is, there are vulnerabilities of two kinds, individual and systemic, or that's one way to look at it, at least. And individual vulnerabilities are always unique, right? Each of us are individuals placed in the complex surroundings of our psychological constitution, the economics of our work, the colleagues we have, whether we are looked at in a positive or negative way by our competitors or our opponents, and what makes work too hard differs, right? And of course, circumstances which are deteriorating are especially difficult to handle, and especially if you are in a leadership position, right? To manage shrinking economic opportunities, the stress of having to dismiss or let go of your colleagues, which are in most cases also, very close friends and confidants over years, is a very, very stressful thing. And when, as we say in Norwegian, when the crib is shrinking, the horses start to bite, right? Under such circumstances, the stress produces unhealthy competition, jealousies, suspicion of the strategies chosen by your peers to deal with a difficult situation and find a way to survive. All this adds to the objective constraints of more limited funding, more stricter laws, more aggressive counterparts. And this is a huge and difficult and increasing challenge over most of the world. Okay, third aspect here. The system vulnerability is a subject all through this conference. I just mentioned some aspects which I think are, critical. A proper understanding of the proper differentiation and roles of powers of state, the formal and informal rules of their interaction, the mere capacity to process cases. All the challenges related to these three aspects are increasing and pressing everyone with a responsibility, formal or informal, for protecting human rights. And then I think we are now approaching also a critical point. I agree with several of the former speakers here, where the system is close to breaking down in the United States, and it might come here soon. Similar pressures. And it is one of my core convictions that the professional roles surrounding the basic institutions of rule of law are, the most important to stop this. That means, of course, lawyers, in many countries, traditionally outspoken civic society actors, judges, which usually are not, but I believe perhaps even more important, journalists, civil servants, academics, of course, school teachers, but many others as well. These are key actors in civil society because they protect and maintain the institutional infrastructure of democracies ruled by law. And the most important government responsibility, I think, is to shepherd and maintain an environment where they can play both a professional and a civic role. And I know that's difficult for many, but I think that's critical. Okay, and then very quickly back to what I was asked, effectiveness of tools. Just a couple of points there. In most of the world, and partially also in Europe, the most grave threats and stress factors we cannot protect effectively against at all, and we should recognize that. The physical danger involved in many cases of being an outspoken human rights activist is we cannot effectively provide physical protection for thousands and thousands of people, right? Of course, what's his name? The author who wrote Satanic Verses? Salman Rushdie. Well, he can get an entourage of 4 or 5 life guards, right? But you can't provide that for thousands of people. So that's a risk that can only be mitigated a little bit. Digital protection can be improved a lot for many organizations and activists. The courage of government representatives on all levels to visibly support exposed human rights activists could be much improved and would make a difference. What our partners express most appreciation of is psychosocial support from peers. Their peers locally and international partners. And it's a kind of support which doesn't really lend itself easily to general strategies and bureaucratized organization of support systems. It depends on personal trust and personal relations. A kind of sad adaptation that many have made in recent years is to abandon human rights language. Human rights language involves such an exposure that they choose to find other avenues of championing the same substantial interests and needs but they leave the human rights language behind because it's too dangerous, it's too costly. They talk about ESGs or workers' rights or whatever it might be, and also in many places human rights work is now increasingly organized almost like criminal activity, but it's not, right? They spread their sources of income on many different interlinked organizations who can operate below the radar of aggressive governments or invisible to aggressive opponents of a private kind. And they work more and more in private, doing private advocacy with significant counterparts, avoiding public appearance. So that's rather effective, but it's also a very disturbing development, right? It accelerates the disappearance of human rights from the public sphere. Okay, I think I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. So far we managed to discuss strategic lawsuits against public participation and the protection of human rights defenders, which are important topics within the topic of the freedom of expression of journalists and human rights defenders. But now we will move to the question of the spyware and surveillance. And that question I would like to give to Simona Granata Mangini. And my exact question is connected to the 2024 report of the Venice Commission that highlighted the chilling effect of spyware on public debate, human rights and human rights defenders, journalists and civil society in general. And from the legal and constitutional perspective, what safeguards do you believe are the most urgently needed to ensure that digital surveillance does not undermine the participation in the public debate?
Sorry, apologies. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Minister. I think it's very rare to have the possibility of brainstorming all together with different backgrounds on these issues. I think it's very badly needed. So thank you very much. And I've been reflecting after the discussions of this morning precisely about what are we protecting and why are we protecting, how do we protect it. So when we protect journalism and journalists and freedom of the media and human rights defenders, what are we defending exactly? We are defending some individual rights, some fundamental rights, certainly, of journalists, of the people, of citizens, the freedom of expression, the freedom to hold opinions, the freedom to impart opinions, the freedom to participate in public affairs. But we are also defending something else, and that is when we talk about journalism, the press, we talk about, if I use the words of the court, the Strasbourg court, the watchdog of society, a cornerstone of democratic societies. So we are talking really about essential features of a democratic state. So we are not into individual rights only. We are talking about systemic, structural features of a democratic state governed by the rule of law that respects and protects fundamental human rights. I think the protection which we give is not the same. It's not the same tools that we use. And by the way, we talk about protecting. It's not only about protecting them, it's about promoting them, preserving them, stating them, really. And I would also add that journalists, human rights defenders, civil society, I think Minister Bodnar recalled it this morning with a quotation, they are not necessarily in conflict with government because the aim should be the same. It does happen that they are in conflict, it does happen, and this is because of the situations. And I would also like to say I don't think there is one civil society. It's difficult to define it, but it's also difficult to give it a geographical definition, because civil society, by its nature, develops and reacts to what happens. They take different roles depending on what happens in the country. And this is why I think it is so precious, because civil society becomes militant when it is necessary to militate. It can also become cooperative when it is possible to cooperate. It can also become maybe not so active, but maybe it is not so necessary that it should be active. So how do we protect it? You asked, Paulina, from the constitutional legal perspective, this is what the Venice Commission of the Council of Europe does. We work on the constitutional legal frameworks. And what does legislation do for this? Legislation can protect, can enable, can encourage. And there are, of course, threats and dangers in over-regulating, under-regulating, badly regulating, or not regulating at all. And there is no general recipe for everything. I give you an example. Years ago, we struggled with the criminalization of defamation. You may remember this, and maybe in some countries still there is a problem with criminalization. And of course, the idea was it is worse to criminalize than to decriminalize. Only then, of course, then you have, instead of sanctions, you have damages. And then you can be sued in a civil court and be obliged to close down. It is actually more effective for a government or for a private individual to silence a media through slaps, through even normal civil lawsuits. So it is not always possible to say what is good and what is bad. And then we go to spyware, of course. And spyware is, by definition, an extremely dangerous tool. It is extremely difficult to constrain it, very, very difficult to monitor it. And yet it is there, it is being used. It is being used by the authorities, legitimately, illegitimately, overtly, covertly. It is also being used by individuals. And this is another problem. What do we do with the private parties? And it has been used against journalists and human rights defenders. So if we go back to the functions, we will see that the dangers of spyware are related, of course, to the protection of the person, like everyone else of us, but also to the danger this can do to the products of journalistic work, the danger that sources of journalists may feel, so maybe they will not cooperate so much with journalists. So the product is endangered. Of course, there is a danger for the sources themselves. If the government, if private parties are after the sources, it is because they want to pursue other matters with them. And then, of course, the chilling effect. So, of course, whenever there is privileged, professional privilege between a person and another, between two persons, it can be journalists, but also lawyers, then we will say there will tend to be need to exclude these people from the use of spyware. So what is so important to do? First of all, spyware, as I said, is in itself a big problem. The Venice Commission has given some rules as to how it should be regulated. You will wonder, why at all do we accept it? Maybe we should not accept it, but it exists. It is there, it is being used. So if we... What did I say? It's in my face at the moment. So if there were no rules at all, it would be worse. So let's assume that the rules will be respected by those who are law-abiding. Then the Venice Commission recommends that there should be clear rules about, first of all, to define when it is used, if it is investigation, for example, or not. The legal framework should be clear, that the need for judicial authorization or even an expert authorization, it shouldn't be politicians only. There should be a framework for the category of people for which this can be used. And of course, there should be exclusion, at least in principle, with very narrow restrictions, as I said, journalists, lawyers. There should be an external surveillance process, an oversight body, which is expert, but it is not linked to politics. Of course, it should be used in the framework of a judicial procedure as proportionate with a limited duration as possible. But this is the legal framework, as I said, and legal frameworks are not sufficient, of course. The Venice Commission has also given some recommendations to states which are about the, first of all, the transparency that should be given to the use of spyware. We have asked governments to produce annually reports in which they inform what licenses they have given to which companies. But then there is also another aspect which calls into question the problem of the rule of law and private parties, which is one of the most difficult issues, I think, to be tackled. And that is, states should condition the sale and the production of spyware to respect for the rules. This can be done maybe more easily with governments, less easily with private parties, but of course, if we allowed any kind of spyware to be introduced, to be sold, actually freely sold on the market, then of course there would be temptations to use them, and again, not necessarily by the government. So I think in conclusion, I would say that there is certainly a legal and constitutional dimension to all this, and I think the director of IDEA this morning mentioned that civil society exists, is so vibrant in Europe because there are rules that protect it. I'm not so sure that these rules were invented to protect civil society, because the first legislation we saw at the Venice Commission was rather meant to control it, maybe regulate it, but maybe rather to control it. But at the same time, in a controlling environment, good laws can help minimize the dangers. So again, I think rules are not sufficient. They are still necessary, probably today as well. But again, I think we should consider that we need rules in very many different areas. One of the areas we should look at, and we mentioned this morning, the input that civil society can have for the not only the ownership, the legitimacy of legislation, but also the quality of legislation, because they are consulted. But then you don't need a law on civil society, then you need a law, principles of lawmaking. You need their rules that are inbuilt in the system to give a role to civil society and to the media and to journalists.
Thank you very much for your intervention. And before opening the floor for the questions from the audience, the last question I will have is to Philip Tremblay, and it's connected to the OSCE representative on freedom of the media comprehensive project addressing various threats to journalists. And could you share with us the most important insights and key findings and how they inform the development of effective protections mechanisms for journalists?
Thank you, Paulina. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here from Vienna on behalf of the OSCE and the Ambassador Bratu, who's the new representative on freedom of the media. This is a personal mandate, and it's one of the 3 autonomous institutions of the OSCE. You've heard about the ODIHR director this morning, and RFOM is the institution that focuses on freedom of the media. It's a very small office, at least in OSCE terms, about 20 very dedicated staff. But what's interesting is that we always thought ourselves at the periphery of geopolitical discussions, at least within the OSCE context. And now what's happening within the last 6 months, and even more recently in the last 2 or 3 weeks within what we have is the Permanent Council, which is in a way our General Assembly, is that freedom of the media and safety of journalists is really at the crux, at the center of those geopolitical discussions. And we never thought we would see that. I cannot say we're pleased, because that really signifies a democratic backsliding. And what we see is that very often this democratic backsliding starts with attacks on journalists, with attacks on freedom of the media, and with attacks on media outlets in general. So in a way, our role is more essential than ever. The awareness campaigns that we are having or more essential than ever with OSCE participating states and with journalists and with civil society organizations. But it's also becoming extremely difficult. All OSCE decisions, mandates, are consensus by nature. They are politically binding, but not legally binding. So, for example, in 2018, this is one of the last OSCE Ministerial Council decision on safety of journalists, the topic we're discussing today. And this was unanimous, which means that the United States, the Russian Federation, and all other participating states between Vancouver and Vladivostok agreed to this. So can you imagine whether consensus on this issue would be possible today? Absolutely not. The establishment of a mandate on freedom of the media would not be it would be absolutely impossible today. So we have this democratic and geopolitical backsliding, which is really symptomatic of safety issues affecting journalists. So I've mentioned very briefly this Ministerial Council decision 2018. Very briefly also to just mention that the mandate of the RFOM is threefold. First, there's an early warning function. When we see a specific situation in a participating state that is affecting the safety of journalists, or that a specific journalist is affected by slaps, for example, or by spyware, or that a media organization is impacted by spyware, it's the duty of the representative to warn and to officially take into account and take to account this participating states. That's often done via the delegation in Vienna, but also via capitals as well. And this is extremely important. It's more or less quiet diplomacy work. That's our first task. Our second task is to do this public awareness. When we see that quiet diplomacy is not working, it's to make sure that these participating states are also publicly brought into account and that this is made in public via Twitter until recently and until now. But as you can see, that also raises a whole bunch of questions, whether we should stay, whether we should go. And I'm sure all of your organizations are facing the same questions right now. And we've been very successful at avoiding a clear answer for the time being, but I don't think we can remain in that modus operandi for too long. You also mentioned that we have a special project on safety of journalists within the OSCE, and that's another peculiarity of the organization. We haven't had a budget in 4 years. So we're operating more or less on extra budgetary contributions, which also tells you something about the state of geopolitics and our organization. But some participating states are very kind to provide us with extra budgetary contributions on safety of journalists. And via this project, we've developed a toolbox on safety of journalists, especially in the Western Balkans and in Central Asia, where we approach them to discuss regulatory issues, also legal issues if they are facing their own personal problems with their government, as well as link with those governments. We're also establishing a comprehensive report where we will report on a yearly basis to the Permanent Council on developments with safety of journalist issues in their own participating states. This is very often, I won't hide this to you, a very difficult situation with some participating states. But not always the ones you would imagine. It includes, we always refer within the OSCE context as to east of Vienna and west of Vienna. And before it was clear that our priorities was always east of Vienna, if I can say so. Now it's no longer clear. I'm from Canada myself. I was for 20 years in Canadian diplomacy before joining the OSCE. And as a national government, even now within Canada, we're having to question our own basic geopolitical realities, let's put it that way. So this safety of a journalist project is very important for us. It's our projet phare, our main project. And it also has a component on safety of female journalists online. Because what we see is that very often female journalists online are obviously targeted much more than male journalists online. According to UNESCO, in 80% of cases, female journalists online are targeted by or subject to harassment. And in 30 to 40% of these cases, this online harassment becomes real offline, in person. And this is massive, and this is something that we can have a little bit of impact on by working with police forces, because very often a female journalist is going to go to our local authorities, to police forces, and say, this is happening to me, what can you do? And the police forces are not trained to deal with this. So we are working as an institution with police forces across the OSCE region to address some of these issues. But granted, it's the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more that needs to be done on that, and we're just scratching the surface. I'll leave it at that and happy to answer other questions after. Thank you.
Thank you all for sharing your insights. And now we have time for 2 or 3, maximum 4, statements or questions from the audience.
Thank you. I have maybe one comment and one question. One comment is about journalists, and we are talking about how to protect them. But in fact, there are less and less journalists, and there will be less and less because the reality in the media world outlets, reduced staff, clickbaits, and so is such that actually, if you want to run a deep investigation about important issues to protect democracy, you can't do it because there are no funds for you. You are not a staff member. You are commissioned works and so. And maybe this is a role for the European Union Parliament or Commission to think about new ways of supporting journalists, because usually European funds are cross-border funds, and there are so many things that are happening locally that it's not always possible to build cross-border, like international European, pan-European teams to follow certain issues that are important for all of us. And second thing is, it's a question about slabs, because I was thinking right now, and I've been slapped, and lots of us here in Poland, would it be possible to include fines for the biggest slappers? So if they come to the court and they are being recognized as slappers, and everybody knows that, and everybody also knows that they have huge resources. They don't care about making one more lawsuit against this or that person, because they are rich enough to do it, and this is their role actually to do it. Shouldn't they be fined so that they stop doing it, because it's not financially like profitable for them anymore?
Thank you. And Flutura, would you like to take this question?
First, maybe just a response on your comment about the funding. I think a prerequisite or precondition for SLAPs to happen is to have journalists and civil society activists. And with what happened with regard to USID, we're already feeling the impact. In several countries, you have media outlets, which, especially those who are registered as NGOs, they had to let go staff. That means less information for the public. And I use the opportunity in this conference just to say that the European institutions, and I think especially the European Commission, the European Parliament, should at least feel more alarmed than we see their feeling in terms of responding. I think a good response was from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Czech Republic with regard to Radio Free Europe. We had a discussion for days, if not weeks, because of that active role. And I think this is where politicians, those in power, can at least can help in inciting a discussion publicly. So this is just to say that I share your concern about the funding, and I really hope that those who are in power, be that European institutions or even governments across Europe, will step in. It was said before by one of the panelists that journalism is a public good, and we should expect that public money goes to journalists. Of course, with various filters where you make sure that they remain independent, but public money should go to journalism. On SLAPs, I was a member of the both experts committees of the Council of Europe and the European Commission one. The European Commission one is still active, and we had a lot of discussions about fines. But what I learned from this experience is that from European institutions' perspective, it's not that you can impose, like in details, what member states should do, and I think that's a very good approach. So my interpretation of both instruments is that if there is room within the national legislation to impose fines, both instruments don't forbid that. So it's up to member states. Personally, I am not a big fan of this. I think there are a lot of measures that can be taken, and that maybe can be the last tool that can be used. For me, the most important aspect is early dismissal. There was a long discussion, as you know, before we started to draft the instruments and during the drafting of the instruments of the right to access justice. And I do believe that, of course, if somebody feels wronged by a journalist or civil society, activist, action, etc., yes, they have the right to sue. But judges should be able as soon as possible. And I know how busy judges are, how many cases they have to deal, etc. But this is an important issue for democracy. So they should be empowered that when they see, based on indicators of the directive or the Council of Europe recommendation, that a case is clearly a slap or has the majority of hallmarks of slaps, to dismiss it quickly. That means, for me, also discouragement for claimants. If they know that the case will be dismissed quite soon, then that's not a lot of incentive for them to go after journalists. Thank you.
And Philippe Tremblay would like to add something.
No, it was actually just to second this, that early dismissal and the training of judges is extremely important so that they recognize frivolous slaps and they can dismiss them quickly. And we are working a lot with the UK, actually, on this issue right now. But,
Thank you. Is there any other question? Or a statement?
Well, thank you very much. I have a question. So the freedom of journalists is a double-edged sword, because we also know that journalists might be a very forceful instrument in order to attack a democratic process, and that it might be very difficult for people to think, will I go into politics or will I go into civil society, because you might be then the object of some very aggressive journalist that puts you on the news and that can be very uncomfortable. So it's a double-edged situation. And the question, if you have any recipe how to navigate this situation. All experts.
I'm not sure I understood the question correctly.
He knows, but I think everybody has an idea on that.
Yeah. I was hoping I misunderstood, but no. I work for ECPMF as a legal advisor. I'm from Kosovo, media lawyer and an activist, and I'm biased toward journalists because I'm on the side of defending them, which means it's very difficult for me to speak negatively about them. So for me, the recipe would be for the governments and public institutions to invest in strengthening responsible media outlets and journalists. And the first thing and one of the priorities, I think, for countries should be public broadcasters. We know we can count in fingers how many independent public broadcasters we have in Europe. And in many countries, they are the largest publishing houses, companies, however we call, of news, which means if we have them politically controlled, then the level of disinformation or negative impact they have is huge. So I think the top priority, and this, of course, depends from public institutions. It doesn't depend from journalists directly. Yes, they play a role, and I do understand that. But it's up to public institutions and states to ensure that we have independent public broadcasters. Secondly, the way money is distributed towards media. So not in all countries we have business models where media outlets depend directly from the public. Take Western Balkans, where I come from. People don't believe in the concept of paying for media, which means media outlets are heavily reliant on the money that comes either from public institutions or from businesses. So finding business models which enables responsible media outlets and journalists to continue their work is key. And that's why I mentioned funding, and I agree with colleague. The cutting of funds from USAID, but we're seeing also European donors having less and less money. It's a huge problem. And if you have public broadcasters which are not independent, and if you have media outlets not being able to be financed properly, then you have those so-called journalists, or whoever we want to call, thriving, because they find ways how to have money and to have investment, etc., and then they take over. So for me, to conclude, investing more in responsible journalism and journalists is the way forward, and state has a role to play. I would say the main role, and then other actors.
Would any other panelist want to add something?
Yes, I would say in an ideal world, there would be a public broadcaster that enables some fair coverage of opinions. One could respond, would have access to a media outlet that enables to respond, and then would be maybe a civil action, maybe for damages if it is defamation and all this. This is an ideal world. I think today you can also damage somebody just with a tweet or X or whatever that is, and there is no protection. I think it is better when we consider the balancing of interests and of rights, which is always in these cases what you need to do. Legislation should enable to strike a balance between the right to privacy, to reputation, and the interest, freedom of expression, and all this. I would still consider that freedom of expression is more important. So I would still think that it's good that people that journalists can publish whatever they want to publish. And if it is irresponsible, maybe I think peer support and international support was also mentioned. I think that could maybe help. I'm aware that this is of very little consolation, but I would still think it is more important that people can express themselves than to prevent this sort of. I wouldn't want anybody to decide what is true and not true before it is said and before there is discussion.
Maybe just to add to what Simona said, we also have enough of a jurisprudence of the ECTHR to rely on when it comes to balancing the freedom of expression of journalists versus the right to privacy. So we have those guidelines, and under those guidelines, it is possible to create anti-SLAPP legislation. And at this point, we have to finish our panel. We are almost just on time, just a few minutes late. Thank you very much for your very interesting insights and being here with us. Thank you.
Dear panelists, thank you so much for interesting conversation. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you for the last coffee break today. We will meet in 20 minutes, so it will be like 3:45. See you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are now going to begin the fourth panel. This will be the last panel, but just for today, because tomorrow we'll be continuing our conference. This panel is entitled Academic Freedom and the Role of the Academy for Rule of Law Attitudes. Academic freedom is an important element of rule of law, guaranteeing freedom to conduct scientific research, teach and express oneself without fear of censorship or repression. Academia plays an important role in shaping civic attitudes, teaching critical thinking, and raising awareness of human rights and democratic values. Universities act as guardians of the rule of law, not only as centers of independent thinking, but also by active participation in public debate, analyzing public policies, and educating future social leaders. Their autonomy and openness to a diversity of views strengthen the culture of dialogue and society's resistance to authoritarian tendencies. The debate on this topic will be attended by Professor Michał Bilewicz from the University of Warsaw, Professor Vasiliki Costa from Leiden University, Professor John Moraine from University of Groningen, Dr. Monika Steinel, Deputy Secretary General of European University Association, Professor Renata Uitz from Royal Holloway at the University of London and Democracy Institute at Central European University in Budapest. And the panel will be moderated by Professor Mirosław Wyrzykowski, retired judge of the Constitutional Tribunal of Poland, affiliated with the University of Warsaw.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Professor Adam Bodnar. In his capacity as a professor, being now Minister of Justice and General Public Prosecutor, but this session is specific from the perspective of our common interest. It does not mean that the previous sessions were not the element or the subject of common interest. But I think that if this conference had been held at the beginning of the Polish presidency, let's say January 19th, our attention would be probably focused, directed to Poland, for sure to Hungary, maybe to Bulgaria. But I think that today situation is fundamentally different. Since January 20, we have seen witnesses and we are indirect participants in the fundamental shift in the paradigm of civilization. We do not know yet what is the real content and will be a real impact of what is going on now, but for sure it is a crucial point. And what is specific is that indeed we are facing an attack of the administration, of the state, on knowledge institutions. It is not in Poland, fortunately. It is far away from the distance, but very close from the potential common interest. I think, of course, the activity of the administration of President of the United States of America. The question is that it is attack on the knowledge institutions with the argument common sense is a value. Common sense is a ground for proper thinking and proper perception of the situation. And the knowledge institution, there are universities, the truth-oriented press, government offices with data collections or scientific responsibilities. All of them, they are crucial for constitutional democracy. And their mission is, after all, to search for truth and better understanding. And we know, and we will discuss this issue, that indeed universities are increasingly becoming one of the main institutions of civil society. There are institutions of civil society, and their independence and autonomy is a constitutional value. And if it is the case, it means the political struggle against autonomy of the universities is a struggle against a civil society. And for all of us, it is proof that we are dealing with an authoritarian government. And last sentence of introduction. We experienced in Poland different type of behavior of the government and of the society, different type of demands and responses. And I'm looking now what is going on in the United States from the perspective of the universities. And I have in my mind all the time an excellent book published, I think, 15 years ago by Michel Houellebecq, Soumission. And if we are looking on Columbia from one side, Columbia University, and Harvard University, another side, then we know what is indeed at stake and what kind of values must be present in our societies to protect constitutionalism, democracy, and human rights. So we have now 52 minutes left for our panel, and let's start with Vasiliki, because we should think and discuss what is indeed academic freedom, how to understand it, its definition and justification. Vasiliki, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Let me also start by thanking Professor Bodnar, the Minister, the organizers to this conference for this wonderful event, and my panelists, co-panelists. It's really a pleasure to be sharing this panel with you. Indeed, I shall set the scene for what is to follow in this panel, because there are two very basic questions on academic freedom that we don't have obvious answers to. So this is what I want to start with. It is often said that there is no widely accepted definition of academic freedom, no agreement of what it is that we want to protect, and also no widely agreed account of what the justification should be. So why are we protecting academic freedom? And because the answer to these two questions is not obvious, then we have a stumbling block towards its protection. There are fora where this is really discussed in that manner. Now, of course, when speaking of academic freedom as a legal right, the definitional question will depend on the jurisdiction we are talking about. And there is variation among jurisdictions and certainly among the EU member states of what the definition of academic freedom is as a legal right. Now, speaking on EU law, as I'm an EU lawyer, we know since the case commissioned in Hungary, the Lex EU case that all of you will know, that academic freedom for the purposes of Article 13 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights encompasses at least three elements. First, what is protected is an individual dimension, the freedom of expression and of action, the freedom to disseminate information, the freedom to conduct research, the freedom to distribute knowledge and truth without restriction. So academics can express freely their views within their area of research, within their expertise, and within their professional competence. That has been accepted by the Court of Justice of the EU, relying on case law of the European Court of Human Rights, on the Mustafa and Erdogan case. But the Court of Justice said that's not all there is under Article 13 of the Charter. Article 13 also includes an institutional and organizational dimension. So the court has recognized university autonomy as an institutional form of academic freedom. Institutional autonomy is set here to protect against intrusions from outside academia. They can come from the state, they can come from private donors, they can come from industry, and so on. And of course, institutional autonomy and the organizational dimension can include further elements like the principle of self-governance, participation in decision-making, and so on. So you can have further subcategories of this dimension, which the court didn't have to deal with in this case, because what was at stake here, unquestionably, was that a university was deprived of its organizational structure, and that you cannot do under Article 13. And then thirdly, the court also said there are positive obligations resting on the state to protect higher education institutions from threats to their autonomy coming from any source. Now, what the court did not elaborate on is the justification accounts. So no elaborate theory on why we protect academic freedom. But that's an area worthwhile reflecting on. And there are different accounts. You find them in theory, you find them in philosophy, and you find them in documents, policy documents, court judgments that somehow endorse some of these accounts or combinations thereof. And they can be broadly categorized in three categories. You have arguments from truth, you can have arguments from democracy, and you have arguments from autonomy, and they can overlap to some extent, they can also be combined. So firstly, arguments from truth. Academic freedom as being necessary for seeking truth, that's the most conventional justification of academic freedom, the truth-seeking rationale. And truth is understood here both as a self-evident good, or can be understood as a self-evident good and end in itself, but also as being important for human progress and political development. And this last point links to the second big category, arguments from democracy. So academic institutions are on this account said to foster open and democratic societies. How do they do that? And there you have different arguments. One, because science produces methodically and scientifically secure knowledge. And that's knowledge that citizens need for political will formation, for example. Or you may argue that this knowledge is needed for democratic political processes that rely on knowledge, ideas, and sometimes suggestions, so as not to make arbitrary decisions. Another argument from democracy is that academia educates the democratic citizen and creates a culture of democracy. How so? Because it's in universities that we learn critical thinking and engaging in rational inquiry, which is needed for democratic participation. And then a third sub-argument from democracy is one that we heard in the previous panel in relation to journalists and the press, that academic researchers might be seen as having a watchdog function, or the press or NGOs as well, we've discussed about that, because they contribute to the public debate and scrutinize the state of public affairs. So three sub-arguments from the argument from democracy. And then you have a third bigger category, and those are arguments from autonomy. So here individuals are seen as entitled to fulfill their potential as human beings. And one way to accomplish this is through the development of the mind. And that account has been applied to freedom of expression more generally, but it has also been linked to academic freedom. So these are different theories and different accounts for justifying why we protect academic freedom. But it's important to reflect upon those, because depending on how you construe the justificatory rationale, that will impact on how you define the content of academic freedom. And I think that's especially important in the EU context, because Article 13 is still under construction. We've had so far one judgment on this. So case law needs to develop, thinking needs to develop, and as lawyers, if we want to think about the content of Article 13, we have to reflect on these justifications. And I will leave it at that.
Thank you. You said that the court failed to develop the methods of the protection. As a former judge, I would say it's not the first time that the court is not able or is not ready or not wish to develop some elements of doing the case based on the idea better to say one word less than one word too much. But let's do not blame the court. Let's ask academia. Monica, please, how to protect and how to promote academic freedom at European universities?
Thank you. This seems to be working. Excellent. Thank you so much for the question. Thank you very much for the invitation to the Minister, of course. My name is Monica, and I just would like to explain very briefly what my organization does and is, because I think it does kind of, it does give a background for what I'm about to say to you in the next, hopefully, 5 minutes. So EUA is the European University Association, and EUA is the largest representative organization of universities in Europe. In this case, Europe is defined as the European higher education area. That's very important to us. We extend far beyond the EU. We have just above 900 members consisting of universities and national university associations. So my perspective is one from the institution, I should say, and I think what I'm about to say is possibly quite practical, because what I want to do is share some perspectives on what I think universities can do and what they have to do in order to promote and protect academic freedom themselves. And this is based on work that EUA did and published in the beginning of this year. And we developed a set of principles, guidelines and principles on protecting and promoting academic freedom at European universities. Really briefly, I don't think this will come as news to anyone. Globally, of course, academic freedom is threatened, and pressures on academic freedom come in many shapes and guises. So this slide provides a kind of overview in a very kind of short and snappy way. Of course, extreme social and societal and political polarization is putting both academic freedom and free speech at risk. But I also think it's important to kind of note the more subtle and insidious pressures on academic freedom that we experience. So what I'm referring to is things like excessive regulation, for example, interference or meddling in university affairs, or, for example, top-down funding instruments. In some cases, funding has become very much a weapon. I mean, I'm sure you are all aware of what is happening at the moment in the US, where funding is being used to exert pressure on really quite a massive scale. So brilliantly, I can skip my next 2 slides because Vicky has told us what academic freedom is. Thank you so much. And also why we need it. Maybe just a note on who it's for, because that's something where I think I can add something from an EUA perspective. So EUA defines academic freedom as applying to all academic communities engaged in research, innovation, learning and teaching, and we explicitly include students in that as well. But let me just to say that our justification for academic freedom and why it matters very much matches what you presented. So thank you very much for that. What we did and what was important for us in developing these guidelines and principles was to really come up with something that university leadership and university communities can use every day on campus. So it's very kind of practical. The guidelines are supposed to be very practical. So we developed guidelines for university leadership, and they are summarized here. So we recommend that university leaders create a common understanding of what academic freedom is, how it is defined by an institution, and that this is then reflected in institutional policies and procedures. We also, and you mentioned it as well, leadership needs to support academic self-governance as one of the key foundations for academic freedom. Leadership should both shield their own communities from inappropriate pressures, but also, if possible, seek a constructive dialogue with external actors. So I'm thinking of public authorities, business, etc. And finally, and I think this is an important point as well, leadership should work towards balanced and diverse funding sources to avoid an over-reliance on one type of funding, which of course can lead to difficult situations. What we also did, excuse me, struggling with my notes. We also formulated guidelines for university communities. So academics, students, so involved in scientific pursuit. Because I think academic communities are the first ones to uphold fundamental values, including academic freedom, but also academic integrity, responsibility, etc. It's very important for these communities to raise awareness of academic freedom and to practice academic freedom and encourage open debate. This comes back to one of the reasons you mentioned, Vicky, for why academic freedom is so important. And I think something that is incredibly important is communities need to make a public case for why academic freedom matters, why it advances people, and why it advances societies.
Monika?
Yes.
Maybe we continue your presentation later on. Thank you. And now, please, Michał, we are limited with our time, sorry. Okay. And Michał Bilewicz, professor of the Warsaw University, with some personal elements of the meaning of academic freedom. I will explain it after your presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Bodnar, Professor Wyrzykowski, and Professor Urbanik for inviting me to this great conference. I wanted to start from something which already has been expressed here very well already by Professor Wyrzykowski, the unprecedented attack on the freedom of academia that is taking place currently in the United States. And we've seen it in numerous forms, mostly attacks on diversity, inclusion, and equity actions at university, but now it's also a strike at climate research at universities, at gender studies research at American universities, and not only threats, but very obvious actions directed at universities, as we could see, for example, recently in case of Harvard University, that has been threatened that it's going to be basically defunded. It will lose more than $2 billion of American dollars, mostly for medical and technological research. That just based on the fact that they still have DEI bodies existing at the universities, that they allow for student activism at campus, and that they allow for research, those forms of research which are considered by the current American administration as being against the American values. There was a very strong response from the president of Harvard University recently that probably many of you have read, where he stood up to defend the academic freedoms at his universities. But we do not see so much of resilience at other universities today. And to me, it's an important question. When we see such actions from politicians, for me as a social scientist, what begs explanation is how much legitimacy have politicians when they are attacking science and scientists. Is it something popular? Is it something common in the society? And particularly now that we have just completed in a TISP network a study of 68 countries involving 70,000 participants all around the world, looking at trust in scientists. And I would like to say one good news, because all the rest will be very, very upsetting. So before I start being very pessimistic, just one good news is that globally in the world, there is a high trust in scientists. So in all the societies that we have studied all around the world, on average, the trust in scientists is above the middle point of the scale. So people rather trust than distrust scientists. So this is the good news, but this is the only good news, because the rest is why then politicians are doing what the current American administration is doing, and we have seen that also in Poland and in other countries where populist governments have emerged. So we try to create a profile of a person who which factors are actually responsible for distrust, for the mistrust in science. So who is the person who considers science to be acting against the society or against the public interest? So people who do not trust science are mostly male, young age, with low education, people who rather live in suburban and rural areas rather than in the cities. Quite importantly, they are rather conservative, so we have a significant effect of conservatism on that, but surprisingly, not religious, rather atheist. Religious beliefs go in hand with trust in science. So this is a profile that we kind of know. It's this incel culture. And also something which we have seen when we explored the psychological variables behind that. Social dominance orientation, people who are Darwinistic, who are highly anti-egalitarian. These are people who are mostly supporting those attacks on science. Yes, these are people who do not trust science. Why? Because science is universalist, because science is in fact egalitarian. Now, those people who believe that hierarchies are natural, that societies should be hierarchical, these are people who would be opposing science. And this connection between the modern conservatism, not the traditional religious conservatism, but the modern conservatism, with distrust in science is something we see particularly in Western societies, like the US, Canada, Germany, Britain, but for example, not in Indonesia or Japan. So this phenomenon is more typical, the fact that conservatism is so much aligned with the attacks on science, this is the purely Western phenomenon of contemporary world. And finally, some speculations based on what we know from research on science, what could be the sources of these current threats to academic freedoms? So first, of course, populist visions of democracy, the belief that experts are against the society, that any form of expertism is non-democratic, right? So this new populist vision of democracy is something which is very much against any development of science as we know it. Rise of anti-universalistic views. I already said this belief in hierarchy, new Darwinism, social Darwinism. This is something which is very much legitimizing those attacks on science. Conspiratorial thinking. The spread of fake news and conspiracy theories is, of course, very much threatening to science today. Growing reliance on social media as the primary source of knowledge. We see that the more people consume social media as a source of information about the world, and less they consume the traditional media, the less they would believe in science and the more they would believe in those anti-scientific ideologies. But also, I don't want to say that it's only politics and the societies who are responsible. We, academics, are also partly responsible for the problem. First of all, we have a very large-scale replication crisis in science. So we know that if any group, any ideological stance is not coherent, it will not be convincing. Now, in times of replication crisis, when we show that some of science is valid, but much of science is invalid, and there are no good mechanisms to repair it, we cannot present ourselves as being coherently valid source of knowledge and information for people. Questionable research practices, with marketization of science, questionable research practices became a large-scale problem. Finally, politicization of social sciences particularly. Something that Donald Trump attacks very often in his speeches. I wouldn't say that we are completely innocent here. So in social sciences, in much of social sciences, sociology, political science, psychology, there is a growing trend suggesting that truth, and something which already has been mentioned here as the kernel of the scientific endeavor, is less important than the advocacy for certain political causes, right? And this is the starting point where we cannot be credible for the society anymore, right? Open political engagement by academics, and I'm very happy to live in a country which is today governed by some of prominent academics. But on the other hand, when we think about the involvement of academics in politics, it might create problems when they speak as academics, when they speak as scientists and as scholars, and when they stop that, and when they start presenting positions that are political. And finally, which already has been also mentioned by Monika Steiner here, the dependence of science on economic interests, the problem of endowments, corporate funding. When academia is relying on such private sources of funding, then it loses much of its credibility to the public. But of course, it might allow us to defend against the pressures from the government. So these are the problems. I don't have very good answers to them, but I hope that in the discussion we'll have some good ideas of how to make academia more resilient to those threats. Thank you.
Thank you, Michał. Just to my explanation, Michał Bilewicz is a symbol in university, at the universities and academia. He's one of the best scholars of his generation. He was promoted in the normal university procedure to be a full professor. 4 years ago, this motion of academia was presented to the President of Poland. And President of Poland, not first time, used a method of his governance, usurpation of competence, means he declined to nominate Michał as a full professor. Nomination has absolutely formal and ceremonial meaning and picture, and all of us, we are now waiting not for Michał Bilewicz being full professor, but for the new president who will not usurp the competencies and finally nominate him as a professor. So it is a case, individual case, but it is also element of academic freedom, how you may, if you wish, abuse your political power to destroy trust into academia. And next speaker is Renata, and she is interested very much in the question of institutional environment of academic freedom and autonomy. Renata, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Professor Wyrzykowski, and also to Professor Bodnar for this kind invitation. I was trusted with discussing the institutional dimension of academic freedom. And it's slightly more complicated than the individual dimension, if that was easy. And here is the famous quote, which Vicky already mentioned from the concurring opinion of Judges Shayo, Vucinic, and Kuris from the Mustafa Erdogan judgment from more than 10 years ago, saying that neither the rationale nor the scope of academic freedom is settled as a legal concept. Now, the institutional dimension is even more unsettled, and this should be somewhat surprising, considering that academics use an institutional research infrastructure for their individual freedom. We build careers in and across institutions naturally, and a big part of our life is participating in institutional self-government. This is what we mean by university autonomy. So in East Central Europe, we actually learned the hard way how vulnerable academic freedom as an individual freedom is to its institutional frames. It usually starts with funding that results in, lower heating and then forced retirement. And then we go to regulatory pressures, first on terms of accreditation, like stopping the accreditation of gender studies, and then to basic licensing, as happened to CEU. But just remember how this was all ratcheted up in Turkey in 2016 after the alleged coup, with the mass firing of academics. And I think that one of the most important lessons is that how a great number of Turkish university faculty and doctoral students were affected by the withdrawal of their passports, because this directed our attention to how international mobility is key to academic life today, and especially to academic excellence. This is actually the pressure point which the Commission uses against Hungary at the moment as part of the conditionality package in order to make it more difficult for some Hungarian universities, at least, some institutions at least, to participate in European academic mobility. Now, going back to the CEU story, what the university learned when we moved all degree granting operations to Vienna, that the real bottleneck in the European higher education space is really not accreditation. Getting degrees accredited in Austria, partly because of the Bologna process, was a relatively straightforward and transparent affair with equivalent degrees across faculties. The real challenge that the university, which seeks to attract international students and has an international faculty, turns out to be immigration. It's the visas and work permits, especially for third country nationals. And you would say that this is where the rubber hits the road, or the public lawyer in me makes me say that this is where the university meets raw sovereignty. The sovereign at its best, the sovereign controlling its borders. Now, to be frank, this shouldn't have been news to any university, because in the UK higher education sector, universities have been partners in immigration enforcement and also in counter-terrorism enforcement. We call it the PREVENT duty. PREVENT is an acronym, of course. And this requires me, as a faculty member, to look at the work product of my students for potential threats to the national security of the United Kingdom for terrorism purposes. That's extremely far from the critical reading that you would accord to a student paper in your normal capacity as a professor. Now, why does this matter? And especially why does this matter when you look at the Commission's Democracy Shield, and you should be relieved to see that academics and universities are mentioned across the two papers half a dozen times. This is sort of nice, right? It suggests that the Commission has a vision of where universities and academia sit in the European democratic space. And it's actually lovely to see that the Commission views us as allies of civil society and also as allies of European institutions in supplying useful knowledge for educating European citizens. We are also seen at universities as defending the truth, countering disinformation, and helping to counter election interference. There is also some acknowledgement in the latest document that on defense of democracy, that academics and universities face similar regulatory pressures as civil society in some countries. Now, at the same time, across European instruments and attempts in the academic space, we also see a slight shift from academic freedom, where it's tied to university autonomy, to talking about research excellence. Research excellence seems to be the most important currency for increasing the union's competitiveness and innovation in the union, especially in collaboration with private industry. Now, this approach leaves the institutional dimension of academic freedom, and especially university autonomy, at the mercy of national governments, especially national governments that do not necessarily find it necessary to have so much critical thinking, and especially so much dissent coming out of universities. So the question is, who should defend universities, and especially the universities' institutional autonomy? To this, Masha Gessen, in a recent op-ed in the New York Times, referring to the Trump administration's measures trying to strangle universities, essentially says that universities should step up to the task. Universities should admit more students and train and educate good citizens for democracy. So this is back to Vicky's rationales. Now, how does this work in Europe? It works equally well because it's up to universities to educate critical and curious citizens for European democracies. Universities should use their autonomy to make their work accessible to students, and also to make it appealing to such curious citizens, to make the product that we offer, if you like the neoliberal terminology, relevant to students who are coming to seek knowledge and skills. And in exchange, I think we should hope that the European Democracy Shield will have room to acknowledge the indispensable role for universities and academics for keeping European democracy alive. This is not only for us academics or for the Polish presidency, but also for European institutions, to add the language, to use the words that it takes, to keep European universities as part of the democracy compact that the Union is meant to have among its founding values.
Thank you very much, Monica. And so we move to John, and John will ask the question, is there any special responsibility of constitutional lawyers from the civil society perspective? John, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, and this is a special invitation for me. In 2020, I was here in Warsaw, but not in a conference room. I was in a courtroom, and I was there witnessing a professor of mine from the European University Institute, Wojciech Sadurski, persecuted for his expression, a slap case. The one who pushed me in was Professor Wierzykowski. The people who defended Professor Sadurski were colleagues of Minister Eckhart. And so it's particularly great for me personally and a great leap just within 5 years that we're here now, one of the most powerful countries in the European Union, making this a presidency priority and learning and enabling all of us to learn specifically from the Polish experience. And I think that we've heard a lot of depressing things, but let me start with my own takeaway, which is a bit of the elephant in the room, perhaps. For all of those who think that you cannot turn around a nosedive, just come to Warsaw every now and again. I want to say two things. The first is about scholarship generally, and then indeed I will focus more on legal scholarship specifically. So I've been thinking a lot about what do you do when democracy comes under pressure, and in terms of focusing on all of the different pillars of democracy. And I think a general starting point is to keep for assessing how to keep each pillar for democracy healthy, particularly when it comes under pressure, is actually sounding extremely loyally. You just have to read their oaths of office and codes of conduct and take them seriously. Civil servants, politicians, journalists, attorneys, and judges all have taken an oath of office or follow a code of conduct. For example, journalists, according to their own code of conduct, of good journalistic practices, need to distinguish facts from opinions, need to verify their sources, need to be independent from those who they write about, and cannot themselves incite to hatred. So individuals in the business of publishing turn into journalists only when they consistently comply with these principles, and only profit from added protections for journalism as long as they do. In the same vein, and that's where I come to academic freedom is something more specific than free speech. I am here as a scholar. So what I do here and elsewhere in this capacity is governed by the Netherlands Code of Conduct for Research Integrity. And I'm just going to talk you through the 5 principles very briefly of what it means to be doing my work as a scholar in line with that. First, honestly. It means I cannot fabricate data nor only present what suits my personal agenda, and I have to engage with counter-arguments. Second, rigor, academic rigor. It means that I come to insight and go about analysis based on a sound scientific method. Transparency means I need to make sure that my findings are verifiable to others. Independence means that choice of method and then formulation of findings cannot be motivated by non-scholarly or non-scientific considerations. As a scholar, my only loyalty is to my topic and my craft. Responsibility, the final part, ensures that academic research does not happen in splendid isolation and requires the conduct of research that is scientifically and societally relevant. Only when I act in line with these 5 things simultaneously do I benefit from academic freedom and society benefits from insights that are actually scholarly rather than just an opinion. This is not a pick and choose menu. Responsibility requires societal relevance rather than encouraging ivory tower introspection. Which brings me to my second point, which is specifically about lawyers. I'm here as a professor of law. And in my view, constitutional lawyers have a special responsibility to speak up. Not because as lawyers we are more important, of course a little bit, Professor Wiskowski, but because more than others we know that law, apart from laying down ground rules for distribution of power and ways to use it, is the language of power. Law is linguistic mathematics, and linguistic mathematics is what you use to justify and lock in policy choices. So exercising power requires fluency in law, and so does misusing power, because autocrats typically don't openly acknowledge that they're breaking the law. Instead, they offer an alternative legal reality, a different mathematics that breaks delicate balances required in a liberal democracy. My Princeton colleague, Kimberly Shepler, has aptly called this autocratic legalism. In that context, constitutional lawyers need to point out the tension between what is said by an autocrat and what is actually done in practice, and point out the consequences of rewriting the liberal democratic code. So when I, as a law professor, I say that in my opinion, a public authority breaks the law, that is not a political statement. It is a scholarly statement based on 5 principles of research integrity with political implications. It is not activism, but rather responsible scholarship. This is also why not only constitutional lawyers actively contributing to rule of law breakdown are problematic, but also those who stay quiet. Silence is not neutral when democracy gets under pressure, because liberal democracy requires a scholarly support, because there is no academic freedom without democracy. It's significant for me, and I'm coming to a close, that to make these few, for me to make these few simple points here. It's here where I saw that making simple points is very often very difficult. It's here too where I saw how sticking to these principles makes a difference. And as an exercise of academic freedom, every legal scholar in Europe should learn that Polish lesson. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And bravissimo. And because we are talking about academia, it is out of question that it wouldn't be at least one or two questions or statement as it is a custom at the universities. So please, who would like to ask the question or have a comment? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for the wonderful panel. I just have one question concerning one of the ideas that is usually discussed when reforming or creating agenda for universities, which is so-called third mission of the university. Okay, because this so-called third mission, in fact, this idea of the third mission has been adopted as part of one of the council conclusions some time ago. But this third mission is defined in a very a broad way, like support to local communities, to social development, to economic development of this community in which university is working in. So it sounds a little bit like the CSR for the university. To what extent we can put into this third mission this support for the democracy and the rule of law? So just to be more specific on this issue. So to what extent we can propose it as a part of the European agenda? Thank you.
Professor Bodnar asked the question, and now you have to pass exam. Vicky? Someone would like to start? Please, Andrew.
I think that's a very difficult question. It's a good one. I don't think you should just see the third mission as the kind of CSR for universities. I think the third mission should be part of what also education and research is about. So I think it should be an essential part of university activities. But I think when you engage in third mission activities, often what you find is that you are facing quite difficult questions. For example, when you are collaborating with industry, you have to think about what your research questions are, and you cannot let yourself be influenced unduly by the interests of industry. So I don't think I'm answering your question, but I think a lot of the time when the university is engaging in third mission activities, this is when leadership and also communities, so researchers themselves, have to really balance different interests. And I don't think there's actually always a very clear-cut answer as to what is the best way. I think very often it's a balancing act.
Thank you. I see that Professor Bodnar is satisfied. Thank you. Eva, please.
A little bit like question, but also a comment. It really struck me as something very interesting, what you, Professor Bilevich, were presenting concerning the trust to science, and that people who are religious, that they have much bigger trust to science. It struck me because it's the same with the engagement in civil society. People who are religious are much more engaged. Is it also because they have more trust to other people than any others? And I was wondering, because you were showing us something which is like international research, so my question is, does it concern all religions or Christian religion?
I mean, the study was conducted in societies of very diverse religions. So these were Christian countries, Muslim countries with different majority religions. And I think what you say is accurate. I mean, religion can come together with trust. So when we think about this threat to science from the conservative milieu, we shouldn't blame religion. I mean, they accidentally, some of those conservatives are also religious, but it's not the religiosity that makes them anti-scientific. There is also, as we see in the data, a lot of purely a-religious opposition to science, and much of this comes from not religious standpoints. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Is that, yes, please?
My name is Emilia Mazowska. I'm a student, and I would like to ask all the panelists if, or make a statement also, because as we know, social media are making a big impact on young people nowadays. And are there any kind of plans or works toward to increasing the awareness of how big impact the social media making on young people, and also using the social media to change the future and also to make them aware of their law and what they can do and what they cannot do?
Yeah, I can start. In the Netherlands, I've set up a foundation, or in fact, I mentor a foundation set up by a couple of my students called Our Rule of Law Foundation. And one of the things that is very interesting to me is precisely the question that you're raising, that we have talked today about digital threats, but I think that digital literacy and using social media for in the service of liberal democracy is actually very powerful. Last year, I did a project with the students which was about first-time voters for the European Parliament, explaining why it's important to vote for the European Parliament elections. And some of the things that were created by the students were actually, you know, with all respect to Director Mousnier, much better than what the European Commission made. Why? Because it was more intuitive and immediately linked into the what is currently hot and happening for that age bracket on social media. So I think that social media are very much a two-way sword, a double-edged sword, and you should also not be afraid to use it better, because it's one of the main sources for many young people to get their information from. So it's you should then use it for that purpose as well.
So to answer first your question on social media, so there is digital literacy, which John mentioned, and you add to it the use of AI and AI literacy. One of the best exercises I did this term was to ask students to ask AI to write an essay on a topic that they are familiar with, and they were really surprised by the mistakes, the gaps, the hallucinations. So don't ask AI to write about something you don't know. Ask students and engage with AI in the classroom from the very early stages is the best way to widen media literacy. The other important role I think that the university has, and John hinted at this, but this is a crucial task, is creating a connection between the digital and the physical realm, to make sure that whatever happens in your digital existences across platforms is also part of personal interactions in the classroom with others, and doesn't become a distinct forum where you live another life, and that's where universities have a major role. Now, to answer Adam's question on the third mission of universities, I think it's an easy question if you are asking about a European university, because essentially democracy, rule of law, human rights, and equality are the founding values of the Union. So it goes without saying that a European university is a university that works in this particular space. And when we think of a university here, we think of a complex whole with faculties of engineering, medicine, law, and archaeology, right? So different faculties have different functions at different times. Who knew that people who were into anti-retroviral, this or that, will have to take the stage and take decisions that affect all of us? So whenever we think of the university, we lawyers also have to be aware that a university is a complex operation. And one of the scariest things that we see out of the US at the moment is calls from spinning off the hard sciences, engineering to corporate entities to keep the soul of the university alive. Now, if you spin the profit-making parts of the university off to corporations, then you kill the university. So I think that while there are some good ideas coming out of the university's reactions to Trump, that we should be very, very careful, especially about slicing the university to the profitable and the not so profitable bits, because that's when humanities will go down the drain. And that's when lawyers will lose the language that we have to use on a daily basis in order to make our buck and to make our trade resonate.
Yes. No. Thank you. Time is over. Thank you very much for extremely rich information and analysis. We used, indeed, equivalence of sentences. Just mention the problems and the variety of the problems. And we have a picture once again what is the complex of different issues and values of the academic freedom and academic autonomy. And it is institution. Academic autonomy and academic independence is an institution in the meaning of Timothy Snyder, lesson 2, the second of his 20 lessons from the 20th century. And his advice and demand is protect the institution. And it is one of our tasks to realize how important is protection of the institution as it is academia, independence of academia, and autonomy of the universities, and how easy might be the process of destroying of vulnerability of these essential elements of academia. And just to at the end of my final thought, I try to understand how it happens. What are the first, the second, and the next steps of destroying of the institution? And the elderly generation remembers that after Second World War, in the territories of the Germany, there were occupational zone, and there were the program of 3D: democratization, demilitarization, and denazification. I use this D in this presentation, how it happened with destroying of the constitutional state, including, for example, independence of universities. It starts by defamation. Later on, second step is depreciation of the institution. Then deformation, and fourth step is distraction. But it's not the end of the process, because the result of this first 4 steps is degeneration of the institution, and as a result, demoralization, as a demoralization of public moral. And at the end, devastation and social anomia. So, to be aware how easy starts and how invisible may lead this type of behavior to the devastation of social order. Thank you very much, and I would like to express on behalf of our panel to our gratitude to Professor Jakub Urbanik for excellent, precious help and assistance. Thank you, Kuba.
Thank you very much for these inspiring reflections. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like now invite the Minister of Justice, Adam Bodnar, to conclude today's discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was a long day. To be honest, in the morning I was expected at this time of the day more or less 30 persons being in a room, so I'm really happy that you decided to stay so long. It was extremely intensive, extremely powerful and inspirational. I had this feeling when listening to this panel that somehow we are in a process of getting further to the next panel of tomorrow, because I can easily imagine John Moraine, who is speaking tomorrow about civic education in the academic circles and the use of the power of students, how to promote the rule of law. So we'll have a great panel moderated by Sylwia Gregorczyk-Abram in the morning. But at the same time, when I was listening to speakers of this panel, I was coming back a little bit to the previous panel concerning the SLAPP litigation, because for us, Wojciech Sadurski is this major SLAPP victim as a scholar. And he's like very special to us, not because he has a great heart towards rule of law, but also because he was one of those very few researchers that were subject of that kind of a litigation. So it is not just a question of journalists, but also different newspapers, public figures that were subject of this SLAPP litigation. And I really counted that this legislation that would be adopted in different EU member states would follow the idea of this broad approach towards SLAPP, not just concentrating on this trans-border element of the SLAPP litigation. Ladies and gentlemen, but tomorrow we'll also discuss the question of independence of the legal profession. And once again here, these were lawyers that were representing victims of different abuses of power over last years in Poland. But these were lawyers that were subject of different forms of harassment. There were also, interestingly, even prosecutors that were subject of SLAPP litigation. We had even that kind of cases here. But I think that we should really spend some time on thinking, how to strengthen the legal profession and what is the current stage of discussion concerning this. And it brings me a little bit back to our first panel, which was about the role of the civil society. Professor von Bogdandy has suggested that it was the Polish civil society that contributed to the development of the European civil society and by means of preliminary reference. But I really remember very well that thanks to people like Andrew Drzemczewski, like Laurent Pesch, like John Moraine, Christophe Illion, a lot of other people, we could experience like a sense of transnational mobilization of legal communities in order to prepare ourselves for this series of advocacy actions and strategic litigation. So when we are thinking about this European civil society, for me, it's not just that Polish people, let's say, somehow contributed, but kind of we took advantage of this massive knowledge that was there, and thanks to Polish cases and problems, we were able to take advantage of this knowledge. But also, I must say, we are happy to, and we are still happy to cooperate with Hungarian Helsinki Committee, with Hungarian friends, also with Hungarian Civil Liberties Union as one of those major freedom of information organizations fighting for freedom in Hungary. So I think that this European civil society movement is much bigger than just involvement of this or the other organization into the development of the EU case law. And so I hope that tomorrow we'll also be able to discuss the connection which is happening between this transnational cooperation of civil society organizations and scholars and members of academia, together also with those bodies that should be intermediary between society and the public power, which are equality bodies, national human rights institutions, and ombudsman institutions. So I really hope that we'll be able to connect the dots from today's day and then contribute not just by analyzing what happened, but how we can strengthen the EU legal framework and EU policies in this regard. I would like to say also that, that there was some kind of a hesitance towards the question of funding for NGOs and for public media. And I also do believe that especially public media and media as such should be treated more and more as Eva Kulik said, as a kind of museums or theaters. And especially at the local level, it is quite difficult to live up out of typical commercial profit. And I have seen some hesitance on the part of the European Commission to answer directly this question. Why is it so? Because we didn't have here Piotr Serafin, who is our commissioner responsible for the multi-annual financial budget. But I hope that conclusions of this conference, and I can assure you that I will do my best that conclusions of this conference would go to his ears and that the European Commission would be properly inspired. So, so we understand how important it is for the future of the civil society and media in Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a long and very intensive work. I would like to thank translators for our work today. When it comes to the to my Ministry of Justice and Polish Presidency people, I will thank you tomorrow. But today, just translators, because it was like very intensive day of work for you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. This brings us to an end of today's conference. I would like to thank you for today and share my sincere hope for your presence tomorrow. I hope tomorrow our discussions will be as interesting as today. Have a good evening, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you.